Muy buenos días a todos ustedes, bola de cabrones. Perdón, estoy instantáneamente demonetizado. Estoy llegando un poco tarde, que mi internet me andaba dando problemitas, a ver si nos deja hacer esto. Espero que estén muy bien. El día de hoy voy a platicar con ustedes de por qué tienes que apostar a la alza y la táctica de la Reserva Federal. Te la voy a contar enfrente de todo el mundo. Y lo primero que tienes que hacer es notar cuántos de ustedes no están como yo, cansados de toda esta mamada de que nos cuentan un día, güey, la inflación está subiendo. Al día siguiente te cuentan, no, la inflación está bajando. No, la inflación se queda neutral. Y todo el mundo sigue esperando como pendejo a que le digan, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que tiene que hacer? ¿Cuáles son las expectativas que tiene que esperar? Y cómo comportarse de acuerdo a ellas. La otra cosa es cuando te cuentan, no, no es que la bolsa va a continuar subiendo. Y luego te dicen, no, es que es la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial. Luego sale Ray Dalio y te dice que es la crisis del 2008 otra vez. Y luego todo vuelve a subir y tienes un alto histórico y ahora todo el mundo sale a decirte, no, esta vez sí es como el 2008. ¿Cuántos de ustedes no están cansados de todo eso? Y más importante, ¿cuántos de ustedes no están literalmente simplemente esperando a que ya todo se rompa? Estoy seguro que es una gran cantidad de ustedes. Me gustaría escuchar en los comentarios, no tanto en el chat de acá, pero me gustaría escucharlo en los comentarios de abajo del video si estás viendo esto después. Y la razón por qué es porque creo que todos estamos en la misma página. Porque este show, este teatro, y yo sé que si llevan un rato viéndome, entienden perfectamente el que todo esto es un cuento. Todo esto es un cuento. ¿Y por qué todo esto es un cuento? Porque si tú crees en todo lo que te han presentado como una realidad, el establecimiento, el hecho de que las instituciones financieras funcionan como funcionan, el mercado es una cosa que todos nosotros estamos invirtiendo todo el tiempo. Y cuando Donald Trump cambia de opinión de un día al otro, que esto es otra cosa que también tienen que entender, ¿por qué tienen a Donald Trump como presidente ahorita? ¿No? Porque la idea es cansarte. La idea es que te diga un día, güey, se acabó la guerra. Y la idea es que te diga al día siguiente, no, la guerra continúa. Y luego la guerra se acabó. Y luego la guerra continúa. Esa es su función. Y todos ustedes creen que todos nosotros estamos en Twitter apostando dinero y que nosotros somos los que movemos miles de millones de dólares. Y por eso se mueve la bolsa, porque él está tuiteando algo y no es cierto. La razón por la que quieren que creas esto es para que te equivoques lo más posible. Esa es la idea principal de todo esto. Una vez que entiendes que todo esto es solamente un mensajeo para que te equivoques, lo puedes ver un poco más de afuera. No estoy diciendo que te la vas a aprender toda y que sabes perfectamente todo lo que va a pasar todo el tiempo, pero tienes una mejor perspectiva a que si estás metido con la cabeza en el culo de todo esto. Y esto es lo que es importante para todos nosotros de entender. En este momento, por ejemplo, quiero recordarles un poco de verdad del 2008 y por qué tenemos que apostar al alza. ¿Qué es lo que está haciendo la Reserva Federal en este momento? La Reserva Federal, en este momento, para que todos ustedes lo tengan claro, su trabajo es seguir poniendo la zanahoria más adelante. Que cada que estás llegando a ella, ya por fin te van a subir los intereses. No, ¿qué crees, güey? Nuevos datos de inflación, no lo vas a poder creer, güey. Ahora son más bajos. ¡Oh! Una locura. Una locura. Y ya que todo el mundo crea, ok, la inflación ya no va a subir y no van a subir los intereses, adivinen qué les van a hacer de vuelta. Les van a subir otra vez el precio del petróleo, les van a subir la narrativa de que los precios de todo están subiendo cuando estás volteando a ver a todo colapsar. Todo colapsar, ¿no? Y menos, obviamente, y ahorita vamos a platicar de esto porque el colapso de todo es el colapso de la gran mayoría. El problema es, la gran mayoría tiene muy poco dinero comparado con la minoría. Es el problema y la distorsión más grande que se creó en todo este pedo. Y la que existe en este momento enfrente de todos ustedes. Que todos ustedes creen que todo el mundo tiene dinero para gastar como pendejo. No, esa es una minoría. El problema es que esa minoría tiene un chingo de dinero. Un chingo de dinero. Y ganamos todavía más que nunca. Me voy a poner en ese lado. Porque yo en mi puta vida había visto esto. Ahora, todo está mucho más caro, por supuesto. ¿Se te va el dinero mucho más rápido? Claro. Pero lo sigues gastando. Y eso sigue contando como un gasto positivo para todo y sigue levantando todo, ¿no? Sigue levantando todo. Básicamente la marea sigue subiendo y levantando a todos los barcos, ¿no? No sé cómo se dice en español eso. pero en inglés es The Tide That Floats All Boats. Y eso es lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Te están simplemente engañando y manteniendo en una posición neutral. Ahora, ¿esto quiere decir que la bolsa simplemente va a continuar subiendo todo este tiempo y nunca va a caer? No, no, no. Vamos a tener los ajustes normales, pero esto es normal en una tendencia alcista. En una tendencia alcista donde vas a ver de aquí a las elecciones de medio término, ¿no? En octubre, creo que son octubre, ahí vas a tener un buen ajuste como de 10% de los índices, por ejemplo. Luego va a recuperarse y luego en enero, febrero, otra vez te van a dar otro sopetazo para abajo y luego va a continuar para arriba. ¿Y por qué no es el final? Muchos de ustedes me han estado mensajeando en los últimos 2 días de cosas que me están diciendo que es la crisis del 2008 repitiéndose. Pero muchísimos de ustedes, les voy a decir esto, no nos vamos a dar cuenta cuando nos la quieran meter. Cuando nos la vayan a abrochar, tiene que parecer imposible que la bolsa va a caer. Tiene que parecer imposible que la economía va a caer. Por eso están empezando a decirte que la productividad en Estados Unidos está creciendo y están diciendo que la actividad económica está creciendo. No sé si lo han notado, que les están diciendo a todos ustedes, no, es que Estados Unidos está rompiendo, sobre todo si siguen el pendejazo mercado de cripto. La gente más estúpida de ahí estamos, el mercado más estúpido con las noticias más pendejas del mundo, ahí estamos nosotros, ¿no? En el mercado de cripto. A nosotros nos dan las noticias más pendejas para empezar como los rumores. Y eso es, la productividad en Estados Unidos se está acelerando a niveles que nunca habíamos visto. ¿Alguno de ustedes se siente más productivo, tiene más dinero y le alcanza para más? Porque recuerden, la economía está acelerando. La respuesta es no. No importa lo que digan. Platicas con la gente y toda la gente te está diciendo, estoy en la mierda. Toda la gente. Toda la gente. Gente que nunca en su puta vida, que tiene la misma historia que yo, ¿no? Pero puede que no sea tanto. Donde gente que... tengo bastantes cuates que eran empleados míos, ¿no? Que pues estoy haciendo otras cosas y ya no trabajan para mí. Y me dicen, estoy trabajando, gano más que nunca, pero puedo hacer menos que nunca. Correcto. Es una distorsión económica para que esto continúe todo el payaseo. El trabajo de la Reserva Federal en este momento es simplemente distraerte con datos pendejos para que cambies de opinión de izquierda a derecha y te mantengan viendo para adelante. No se siente como que ¿cuándo va a llegar por fin el día de? ¿No? Siempre es, no se preguntan por qué todo se siente como que te avientan el anzuelo para adelante y siempre lo estás persiguiendo y quieres llegar ese día, pero no llega. Ese es un efecto hecho a propósito por todos estos güeyes. Entonces les digo, ¿cuál es el camino? El camino es para adelante, para arriba, con ajustes, por supuesto, con oportunidades también de entrada, hasta que ya no. Y ahora aquí van a decir, entonces dime cuándo, güey. Dime la fecha, tú tienes acá todo. No, ojalá y tuviera ese gran poder, porque lo único que sé es cuando nos están mintiendo a la cara. Es lo único que puedo ver y por eso me he trepado, me he salido en caídas grandes y me he trepado cuando estamos abajo y me he salido antes de que caigan otra vez, porque sé cuando me están contando una mentira. Entiendo y tengo el plan perfectamente puesto aquí. No, pero les voy a decir esto. Todo el mundo está comparando ahorita al 2008 y están diciendo que es lo que se viene ahorita y ustedes mismos están algo en ello. Eso es a propósito. Eso es a propósito. La euforia tiene que tomar control antes de una caída. Y antes de una subida, tiene que sentirse que nunca más va a volver a subir. Eso, si entiendes de verdad esto, tío, te va a ayudar un chingo en todo lo que hagas con tu dinero. Pero un chingo. Si no entiendes eso, no hay mucho que pueda hacer por ti. Y si crees que todo lo que te estoy diciendo son conspiranoicas, cosas conspiranoicas, etcétera, perfecto. Perfecto, lo entiendo. Este no es el canal para ti, güey. Estamos locos. Yo estoy loco y es todo lo que es. No los voy a incluir ustedes, pero yo estoy completamente loco. Nadie te está intentando convencer. Solamente a los que les suena y lo están viendo y lo pueden ver, porque si no es dificilísimo entenderlo, ¿no? Siempre llegas a algo, te cuentan algo y dices, no hay manera. Y después pasa y dices, no, es más, pasa y luego ni te das cuenta que pasó porque no estás poniendo atención todavía. Tiene que resonar en ti lo que estoy diciendo. No, una vez más, no se trata de convencerte, simplemente que resuene el mensaje contigo porque te has dado cuenta de estas cosas. En el 2008, y esto es lo que nadie se acuerda, eh, cuando Michael Berry, ¿se acuerdan de Michael Berry, no? Michael Berry es el güey que hizo el gran corto, el de la película, cabrones, ¿no? No como aquí que todo el mundo ya en X ha hecho todos los grandes cortos de todo el mundo y están prediciendo caídas de todo. No, no, no. En el 2008 solo hubo un par de cabrones que le atinaron y le pegaron cabrón a la gran caída de todo. Y ahorita me imagino que todo se ha vuelto mucho más, perdón, no me voy a burlar de todos. O sea, ya, se maman. Pero es algo que cuesta mucho trabajo hacer. ¿Por qué? Y si ustedes vieron la película y encima de todo se acuerdan de la película y de la historia, Michael Berry no hizo un corto ese día o 2 noches antes de que todo cayera. Se la estuvo comiendo por 2 años. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Llegó al corto 2 años antes de que todo colapsara. Y ahí van a decir mucho. Y lo cabrón de él, porque esto es lo que pasa mucho en trading, ¿no? De lo que siempre hablamos. Llegas temprano, güey, tienes que poder aguantar la posición. ¿Cómo la vas a aguantar? Haciendo DCA, asegurándote que tengas suficiente margen para seguir agregando, si tienes una gran alta convicción. Imagínate hacer un trade por 2 años. Para todos ustedes que tradean, güey, tengo uno abierto ahorita que llevo casi una semana, me quiero matar. Y por cierto, no es nada de dinero. No es como Michael Berry que puso cientos de millones de dólares en esto, ¿no? Que le hicieron obviamente varios miles de millones de dólares. Pero la razón por la que Michael Berry abrió ese corto y le tomó 2 años en que jugara la cosa, si no es que más, pero voy a decir 2 años, es por lo siguiente. Se dio cuenta de que todas las hipotecas en Estados Unidos, ¿no? Todo el crédito dado estaba a punto de reventar porque no había gente que lo estuviera pagando y lo seguían revendiendo, ¿no? Dentro del sistema. Y a cierto punto alguien se tiene que quedar con la cuenta y decir, güey, no hay dinero aquí y todo revienta. Eso ocurre del otro lado, se los voy a poner, porque esto es del lado financiero, pero ¿cómo se veía en la economía en ese entonces? Todos hablamos del 2008 como si fuera el año en que todo cayó, y no lo fue. Todo esto empieza 2005, 2006, empiezan a ver que todo este crédito está mal. ¿Por qué? La gente pobre, la gente en el más bajo punto de la economía, la gente que no tiene tanto dinero para gastar, la gente que es la gran mayoría, empieza a tener pedos para pagar sus malos créditos. Y aquí voy a hablar simplemente, olvídate de casas, de coches. Esa gente que está comprando los coches más baratos empieza a verse un chingo de repos, pero un chingo de ellos, ¿ok? Y esto ocurre por 2 años, donde simplemente los coches que les están quitando a toda esta gente que es pobre empieza a aumentar y toma 2 años en que ha estado en un nivel bastante alto antes de que algo ocurra en el sistema crediticio, o sea, del otro lado. Michael Berry empezó a ver 2 años antes esto. Con las hipotecas fue lo mismo. 2006, quienes empezaron a caer. Y ahora, aquí hay un paréntesis, porque en el 2006 los que empiezan a caer es toda la gente que también no tiene dinero y que compraron esa gran hipoteca a los intereses más altos. Y ahí empiezan estas personas a no pagarlas. Entonces empieza a ver toda esta, ¿cómo se llama? Esta clase de repos. De ahí, lo que ocurre es muchísimos inversionistas que compraron propiedades para rentarlas. En ese entonces no había Airbnb, simplemente las rentaban, ¿no? A través de uno de esos güeyes que te abren la casa y se llevan miles de millones de dólares por solamente abrirte la casa. Perdón. A toda la gente que se dedica a eso, perdón. Hay muchos trabajos que son fáciles. El suyo es, yo sé, le ponen mucho cariño y mucho amor y tiene güeyes que no sabes lo difícil que es. Yo sé. Simplemente estoy chingándolos. Pero en el 2000, 2006, 2007, estas personas empiezan a perder sus casas. Y luego lo que ocurre en el 2008, y esto quiero que entiendan, que aquí todavía no existe ese colapso. Lo único que ocurre, que cambia, es que la bolsa cae fuerte en el 2008. Esto hace que todos los instrumentos de deuda y toda esta gente que estaba literalmente apalancada en todos lados sea sacudida, que pierda todo. Es el último sacudidón. ¿Ok? Por eso es imposible predecir este tipo de mercados, porque el mercado es falso. Continúan, si ven que la gente está apostando en contra, continúa, hasta que sacaron a la mayor cantidad, ponte tú, de Michael Berries, que empezaron a ver todos estos repos, y después todo se va a la mierda. Y les voy a decir esto, todavía estamos en fase de acumulación. ¿A qué me refiero? A que todavía están repartiendo mala deuda a toda esta gente. Todavía lo están haciendo. El credit crunch llegó hasta el 2008 junto con la caída de la bolsa. La caída de la bolsa o el credit crunch fue mano a mano. ¿Ok? Ahorita estás viendo, por ejemplo, en Estados Unidos, lo que estamos viendo es a la gente que se compraron coches, no los más pobres, no los que están, ahorita la gente más pobre, digamos, entre comillas, está comprando coches de $2,000 con tarjeta de crédito. Y esas personas han aumentado en el uso de ese crédito, de la tarjeta de crédito que están pagando su mensualidad. El sector que se está cayendo es la gente que quiere parecer que tiene dinero, la gente que trabaja en McDonald's pero se compró un Challenger, un Hellcat, y están pagando $900, $1,200 al mes en su coche. Esos ya están reventando, pero no la de hasta abajo, que es interesante. En el sector inmobiliario, los que están ahorita empezando a sufrirla son las personas que tienen Airbnbs. Todavía nos queda 1 o 2 años de esto. Y la cosa es, ellos tienen que tirar la bolsa para que esto se haga la profecía que tiene que ser. Pero todavía nos queda bastante de esto. Todavía no existe esa presión de verdad. Y yo sé que muchos de ustedes están cansados y están frustrados y dicen, güey, ¿cuándo vamos a ver esto para que hagan un reseteo? Que, por cierto, está mal que lo estemos viendo así. Porque lo que nadie entiende del 2008 y lo que nadie se acuerda es, los despidos comenzaron en el 2008 al 2009 y 2010. Todos ustedes creen que la gran crisis financiera del 2008 solamente fue el año 2008. Pero duró un chingo antes de que las cosas se vieran mejor. Y lo que quiero repetir otra vez aquí es, en ese entonces teníamos una economía que estaba creciendo a base de tecnología, nuevas aplicaciones, entretenimiento. Eso no existe el día de hoy. El día de hoy tienes una economía que crece para 5, 4, 3 empresas. El trabajo de todo esto es dejar a toda la gente en restaurantes, en negocios chicos y medianos, a pedir crédito, porque creen que, güey, si aguanto tantito más voy a salir de esta. No, te van a romper. Te van a romper. Y me siento mal, conozco a varias personas que tienen negocios. Les digo, los boomers sobre todo ahorita, que están encantados con las acciones y todo lo que tienen, su negocio se está yendo a la mierda y no les importa porque tienen tanto dinero en el mercado. Cuando los revienten del otro lado, todos ellos van a tener que vender sus negocios por migajas a los fondos grandes, que es lo que ha estado comprando todo, que es lo que hace que todo sea una mierda. Y de ahí, la automatización de la inteligencia artificial llega. Como pueden ver, para todos ustedes que preguntan, ¿cuándo va a venir el sopetazo? Va a tardar años. Años. Lo que yo les conté es, si repite el 2007 con los bonos y la deuda y todo eso, y la bolsa, tienes que ver el tope en un año y unos meses de la bolsa, el tope. En septiembre, octubre del 2027, caída, regresar en el 2008 casi a esos máximos. Eso quiere decir que se va a sentir como si hubiera una gran recuperación como la de los aranceles. En el 2008, en el 2028, hasta septiembre, octubre, donde está a punto de hacer otra vez altos históricos, todo el mundo va a decir que va a regresar a altos históricos, no hace altos históricos y tienes una gran caída, pero una caída fuerte por 5 o 6 meses. Y entonces ahí es donde dices, verga, güey, la bolsa no se recuperó desde el 2007, desde el 2027, 2028, 2029. Y el 2029 te pone el ciclo de 100 años. Y ahí la pregunta es, ¿cómo se recupera la bolsa? Simplemente no tengo ni puta idea. Bueno, aunque la realidad es, las 5 empresas que van a quedar, ¿no? Amazon, Tesla, etcétera, el gobierno te va a dar dinero para que gastes en sus Tesla dólares, Amazon dólares, y simplemente puedas vivir así como pinche perro pidiendo limosna todo el tiempo. Aunque, tengo que admitir esto, en muchos países en Latinoamérica donde le dan limosna a la gente defiende al gobierno con todo. Entonces, tal vez todos acabemos muy contentos con una nueva transformación del gobierno. Y ahí lo tienen. Por eso para mí es, ¿qué te va a diferenciar de todo el mundo para adelante? ¿No? Te dice el hijo de puta de Elon Musk. No, güey, ya no ahorres. No ahorres, no te preocupes. El dinero no va a importar en 10 años. Todos van a tener un salario alto universal. Ok, ok, perfecto. ¿Ustedes de verdad creen que de la nada el gobierno va a cambiar de posición y los va a querer tener a todos ustedes con toda la lana del mundo y eso va a funcionar perfectamente? No, el gobierno, me imagino, está trabajando muy fuerte para todos ustedes ahorita. Solamente piensen en esto, para poderles dar todo lo que necesiten y no estén estresados. Eso es lo que está buscando el gobierno ahorita, pero no les sale. ¿Por qué van a hacer otra cosa entonces en el futuro? Lo que quieren es que todo el mundo coma de limosnas. Punto. Y así dejan de tener hijos y así eventualmente se van y ya los robots le pueden servir a los 4 pendejos que se van a quedar aquí con todo. Eso es todo. Sé que suena un poco oscuro, pero lo que te va a hacer diferente y lo que te diferencia de todo el mundo para adelante es tener dinero, ahorrarlo. Por eso te están convirtiendo en un hiperconsumidor a través de redes sociales, ¿no? Y tienen a todo el mundo. Esto es algo muy chistoso, completamente fuera del tema. Yo creo que el tema está puesto y dicho y hecho. Pero esto es algo muy chistoso, porque veo, por ejemplo, ahorita en Estados Unidos tenemos la semana de los coches, ¿no? Que todo el mundo va a Monterrey. No es Monterrey el de México, Monterrey acá en Pebble Beach. Y llevas tu coche mamón y todo el mundo se sienta ahí, toma champaña y la verga. Y veo que todos mis cuates van a esto. Y luego todos mis cuates van a Goodwood. Y todos mis cuates van a esto. Cuando yo trabajaba en películas, una de las cosas que me frustró cabrón y que me aburrió muy cabrón es que tenía que ir a todos los mismos mercados todos los años. Tienes Cannes, tienes el de Venecia, tienes Canadá, Toronto, y vas como en un puto círculo viendo a las mismas personas, intentando sacar dinero de las mismas personas. Y ahora todos ustedes los tienen en ese modo como creadores de contenido. Tienes a todos los imbéciles que tienen que ir a Monterrey, a todos mis cuates, discúlpenme, a todos mis cuates que tienen que ir a Monterrey y después tienen que ir a Goodwood y después tienen que ir a todos lados. Y güey, pues qué chingón, ya compraste un nuevo coche, ahora tienes que cambiarle los rines porque si no le cambias los rines vales verga y si no le pones un wrap vales verga y si no le cambias el escape vales verga y si no tienes otro coche en 9 meses me aburrí del tuyo y vales verga. Eso es hiperconsumerismo. ¿Por qué están haciendo eso? Piénsalo psicológicamente en el efecto que tienen las personas. Para que te quedes sin un puto peso. Todo lo que estás haciendo de dinero que te genera el hacer eso, te mete en una rueda de la que no te puedes salir. Por eso también le tengo tanto coraje y desprecio a esa cosa. Porque estoy viendo cómo le está haciendo eso a todo el mundo. Y sabía que eso es donde iba a acabar todo el mundo y ahí está todo el mundo. Pero al mismo tiempo, da igual, mis pedos personales, ¿no? Y es donde está todo el mundo. Donde, güey, te dedicas a hacer, ¿cómo se dice? Reseñas de comida, ¿no? De restaurantes. Tienes que ir a todos los restaurantes de todo el mundo a gastarte un chingo de dinero para hacerlo, güey. Güey, te dedicas a hacer viajes, ¿no? Blog de viajes. Tienes que viajar todo el tiempo y gastar dinero para poder hacer dinero, para poder seguir haciendo eso y que no te alcance para nada más y estar cansadísimo todo el tiempo. Eso es lo que mantiene la economía todavía corriendo. Es lo único. Es lo único. Y eso también, para que sepan, el resultado es 99.9% de estas personas que estás viendo repetir el ciclo de lo que hacen, que no paran, ¿no? En mi caso era, aunque siento que yo empecé esa puta moda que fue una puta desgracia, El de compra un coche cada semana y si no es compra un coche, cambia de los rines o compra un coche y arma un nuevo coche. Todo eso. Que tienes que todo el tiempo estar haciendo eso. Y es un ciclo de no acabar. Porque tus mismos fans, tu comunidad, la gente deja de ver tus videos y no compras nuevas cosas. Y es un comportamiento de la verga que están instaurando en todos para que se gasten todo su dinero y no tengan nada. ¿Quiénes van a ser los ganadores de todo esto? A quien no le importe que te den likes, a quien no le importe que tengan vistas, a quien le importe hacer dinero y ahorrarlo e invertirlo correctamente. Punto. Punto. Algo que no puede ocurrir jamás es que las empresas grandes de capitulación enorme que son públicas dejen de subir de precio. Y esto no importa si la gente no tiene dinero. Eso lo van a hacer ellos a través de gasto de gobierno e incentivos, donde todo esto es donde cripto entra, para que puedas tú gastar el dinero que ellos te dan en estas empresas y que esas empresas continúen subiendo de precio. ¿Por qué? Porque si a ti te van a dar tu limosna, ellos van a poder comprar absolutamente todo. El punto de todo esto, si no lo han entendido, es en la realidad en la que vivimos. Aquí, si nos morimos, nos llevamos solamente nuestras memorias y nuestras experiencias. La gente que tiene todo el dinero aquí se quiere quedar con todo y quedarse aquí para siempre. Y ser los dueños de esta realidad. Si no te suena esto, perfecto, pero creo que lo puedes ver, ¿no? Con todos estos güeyes que están intentando digitalizar su conciencia, vivir para siempre, modificar la genética humana, tener todo el dinero del mundo y mezclarse y fusionarse con no solo inteligencia artificial, pero con un mundo digital, que a fin de cuentas vives en una realidad digital completamente. Pero esa es la idea de ellos. Solamente para que eso quiere decir que estas empresas, estos negocios siempre van a continuar subiendo de precio. Por eso, personalmente, estoy tan metido en todo este pedo de la bolsa. Eso es lo que va a ayudar a todo el mundo. Y ahora, güey, no te alcanza y no puedes hacer eso. No hay nada que pueda hacer por ti, güey. Hay muchos de ustedes que me escriben, güey, trabajo todo el puto día y no me alcanza para nada, güey. Dame un consejo. No tengo consejos para ti. Encuentra un trabajo que te pague más, güey, vive en peor. Y ahorra, 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 invierte, invierte, invierte. Es lo único que puedes hacer. Oye, pero si abro un Instagram, perfecto, güey, abre un Instagram y vete de viaje y luego graba tu viaje y luego ve a limosnear para que te den otro dinero, para que vayas de viaje y ve a limosnear a la gente del viaje para que puedas ir otra vez y lo puedas hacer y no tengas nunca nada y no puedas disfrutar de tu puta vida. Es todo. Es todo. Así que, por cierto, si están acá interesados en no limosnear, por ejemplo, antes que nada los quiero invitar. ¿Sabes qué? Les debo el sorteo de BLOFIN ahorita, entonces vamos a hacer eso. ¿Qué les parece? Regalar $1,800 en putiza. Aquí lo tenemos. Vamos a hacer nuestra rifa. Elite Trading Academy, la rifa de la suerte. Acá la tenemos. Ya estamos listos. Voy a empezar con los $200, ¿no? Como siempre. Esto para la gente que se lo pregunta es para toda la gente que está tradeando futuros con nosotros. En BLOFIN participa en esto que son 3 giveaways a la semana por $1,800 cada una. ¿Son 1,800? Sí. No, 1,600. Ok. Vaya mis matemáticas. Para que vean, el pendejo que le están haciendo caso. No, gracias a Dios no, y todos creen que estoy loco. Yo creo que una de mis cosas favoritas de todo esto, de el estar loco y tener teorías de conspiración. Felicidades, BFB, ganaste también el miércoles. Felicidades, cabrón. No me acuerdo cuánto ganaste, creo que te llevaste los 400 tú. Pero ahí tienes $200 más para agregar a tu trading. Vamos con los $400. Una de mis cosas favoritas de estar loco es mis cuates que ven las noticias y están preocupados por todas las cámaras que hay. Esta es una de las cosas más pendejas que existe en el mundo. No, es que ve todas las cámaras que están instalando. Güey, te pueden ver con Wi-Fi hasta donde estás cagando y lo que piensas. No, sí, güey, pinche loco de mierda. Lo puedes googlear. Veo, puta madre, siguen ganando los mismos. Felicidades, mi estimado, te llevas $400. La razón por la que ganan los mismos, solamente para que quede claro esto, es porque hay muy poca gente ahorita es verano y Bitcoin no está haciendo nada. Entonces, la gente no está tradeando tanto como normalmente lo harías. Vamos por la gorda, los $1,000. quién se va a llevar estos deliciosos $1,000. Alguno de ustedes dos, estoy casi seguro. Y si no, pues vamos a ver algún ganador del miércoles. Vamos a ver en este momento. Vamos a ver. ¡Boom! No, felicidades, mi estimado. Nuevo ganador. Ya trabaja en McDonald's, mi estimado. Así que se lleva $1,000 para llevarse a McDonald's. Nada mal. Nada mal, cabrón. Felicidades a los ganadores. Ahorita les enseño dónde se tienen que meter. Aquí Alex ha estado cargando unos buenos cortos y les sigue mandando todos los días cortos para que los tengan. Ya ha estado jalando ahorita. Así que mínimo tuvimos un movimiento de precio en Bitcoin y ha estado funcionando. Así que aquí lo tienen completamente gratis en nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. El enlace está en la parte de abajo aquí del video para que entren directamente. Si estás en otra plataforma viendo esto o alguien se pirateó el stream, ve a YouTube, pon Alejandro Salomón, el último video, y en la descripción te pongo esto. Güey, pásamelo, estoy en X, no seas mamón. No seas huevón tú. También acá tienen a Farhan, igual mandándoles exactamente lo mismo. Bueno, no exactamente lo mismo, pero les está mandando todos sus análisis completamente gratuitos. Y aquí tienen mi parte. No he puesto nada porque, güey, como les dije, Ray Dalio le estaba advirtiendo que la bolsa iba a caer. Y adivinen qué. Una gran señal de que es una gran oportunidad de compra de la bolsa. ¿La bolsa está en altos históricos? Palantir y todas estas empresas están regresando otra vez potentemente a altos históricos. Es como si Ray Dalio fuera parte de estas mentiras. Pero no puede ser, eso tiene que ser una teoría de conspiración. No hay forma de que todo esto lo usen en contra de todos ustedes. Tiene que ser una teoría de conspiración, no hay de otra. No, es lo que diría mucha gente. Acá, mis estimados, porque estamos tradeando en un rango. Perdón. Estamos tradeando en un rango. Les recomiendo bastante que chequen esto de la automatización de trades con los bots en Tutos. Y aquí también está el enlace directito, es el primer enlace, para que vean el de PIONEX. Acá les dejo un video de 6 minutos de cómo funciona exactamente eso y tienes el enlace acá. Alex también pone en el Discord bots que puedes copiar. Y esto se trata, estás en un rango entre 64,500 y 62,800. Pues, güey, compra el fondo y vende cuando suba o compra arriba para hacer un corto y vende cuando baje. Esto lo hace automático y lo puedes copiar literalmente de él, que siempre está en chingue y jode que quieren copiar los trades. Aquí está, ahí lo pueden usar completa. Es básicamente igual gratis, no tienes que pagarle a nadie. Si alguien les pide que les manden dinero y la chingada, no le manden dinero a nadie. Esto ustedes lo pueden hacer directamente. Esto te enseña cómo usar PIONEX, cómo fondear tu cuenta, dónde tener el dinero para que esto funcione y cómo sacarlo y todo eso. Este es un video de 6 minutitos en putiza para que lo tengan en mente. Y ahora, para todos los que quieren también acá en Tutos entrar a lo de BLOFIN, si ya estás tradeando, carnal, aquí está. Tienen el video de BLOFIN de acá 15 minutos. Te enseña a usar cualquier exchange de futuros, pero esto es para la gente que ya sepa lo que está haciendo, ya ha practicado y todo. Entonces, aquí lo tienen y aquí está el enlace para que tradeen. Una vez más, es gratis para hacerlo. Acá tenemos todo lo de cómo funcionan los premios, cuántos volatitos y todo eso en la página de BLOFIN. Y lo que les recomiendo a todos ustedes también es, regreso a Discord rápidamente porque aquí les dejé preguntas frecuentes de Elite Trading Academy. Entonces, acá tienen el manual de Elite Trading Academy. La opción 1, güey, quiero aprender a tradear, ¿no? ¿Quieres aprender a leer gráficas? Te recomiendo esto. Esto es lo que yo recomiendo para todos ustedes. Si esto es lo que quieres aprender a hacer trading, estos son los pasos que vas a seguir, donde llévate el curso, tienes lo de los en vivos, etcétera. Mi objetivo es que puedas aprender a leer gráficos para que puedas discernir, darte cuenta de cuando te están intentando pendejear, que es casi todo el tiempo, güey. Porque es un poco ridículo que hay gente que les habla de finanzas que no sabe leer gráficos. También aquí están todos los horarios y tenemos también preguntas frecuentes de, güey, compré este paquete, compré el curso, son las pedos, me perdí una sesión. Todas estas cosas están aquí. Entonces, para que lo tengan ahí, esto es la manera más fácil y económica de poder aprender a hacer esto. Sin más ni más, vámonos a los análisis de los bitcoins y de estas pendejadas. A ver qué nos tienen, a ver si podemos sacarle un dinerito, a ver si ya me saca de mi trade o me da dinero, porque estoy muy aburrido. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Buenos días, cabrones. Feliz viernes. We're getting some nice dumping action off of that bare moon. Beautiful, beautiful mooning action, luna action.
That's some mooning action for sure.
Yeah.
Mm.
Finally, something. I mean, it's been so fucking boring.
Oh yeah, it's been absolutely terrible. I mean, it's just like watching paint dry, but that would even be more entertaining. This is
Yeah.
just
At this point, yes. I couldn't agree more.
this is just shit. Uh, but maybe we're finally getting some follow through. Hopefully, as Farhana mentioned, I want to actually talk about the total going very first into the analysis because I think it kind of was guiding us at least the last 2.5 weeks. And I understand it's a little flip flopped on Bitcoin, tether dominance. That's why I think total was pretty nice, honestly. You had that deviation of the weekly SMA 200, and since then, the last really week and a half, it's just been rejecting, which is exactly what you should be expecting, honestly, with a weekly SMA 200 deviation with the total market caps. This is not excluding stablecoins, just the total market cap in general. It's something we've been actually watching since this breakdown that occurred in May. Remember that consolidation? Maybe we're going to break out. We did not. We then broke down, next leg down. And notice how that just led to the Bitcoin chop. Now, the weekly SMA 200 did actually reject pretty nicely so far, and that was the spot we were watching last week, this week, along with the weekly 9. No need to complicate things on Bitcoin, Tether dominance, or even crypto. The weeklies are still pretty bearish on crypto as a whole overall. You do notice you still have that weekly silver cross. Once cross, the actual silver cross did dump Bitcoin. Let's measure that out. It dumped Bitcoin about 22%. And then, right now, leading to another 4.8%. And now the most recent one, probably has similar stats. Yeah, 3.5%. So you can see that despite even the chop, still the silver cross on the weekly is still being actually quite true still, and helping at least bears kind of gauge weakness and or spots to position. So that's just what I wanted to start off with this analysis. Total is looking pretty bad. I mean, visually, what is the idea now? The hopium is that, well, every single time you've lost a weekly SMA 200 on the total market cap, you don't really get a big expansion phase away from it. What do I mean by that? You get these major red dildos, kind of like what we're getting now, but this wasn't really major, so never mind. You get just like a major red dildo shown here, here, and I guess here. But notice that, are you really expanding away from the weekly SMA 200? If you just drew like a line at these lows, are you really expanding away from it? No, you're just kind of making that sudden move, chop, and then a bottom. Move, chop, bottom, move, chop, bottom. And bottom can be locally up until this point, October 2023, hashtag Hamas. And then you could just keep going, literally. I mean, the other one was this nice, girthy red dildo. Deviated it, chopped, bottom was in. Okay, here's another one. Chopped, bottom was in once it got the reclaim. That's all we have. So I think this is a good point to start in the analysis on saying, really, if you do probably see this weekly SMA 200 get reclaimed again, most likely at least a local bottom, if not the bottom, potentially isn't on crypto, which is a good spot to at least gauge because, well, that's not too far away from us now. 2.21 trillion, meaning that if you're bullish, you literally have a pretty easy objective to call a bottom. If you're bearish, this is the spot. You're literally looking for the next leg down. No question about it. It's not if and or but. You're just looking for weakness. A little cautious at the idea that this chart hasn't really gotten the expansion from the SMA 200, but with things I'll show later on in this analysis, that might actually occur this time, meaning this time this down market on Bitcoin might be actually a little different than something we've experienced before, which I know is a little crazy and a little flip flop from like what CZ was talking about on a super bull market, a super cycle, if you will. But actually, there are some things saying that maybe we are actually entering into more of a bear super cycle. Doesn't really matter about the super cycle part, just that bears have the upper hand here. So now going to the analysis, you are in a breakdown on the weekly here. It is starting to break down. Into next week, you are going to get a setup. Could easily retest 2.15, 2.16 trillion, and that's where you could get your capitulation. And remember, if you get the deviation, what did I say? Probably the bottom's in. But at this perspective, you just simply need to hold this momentum down. Just need to keep this red dildo girthy enough for 2 days, and you will get a breakdown on tether dominance. Now, I did draw this out, just more visual representation. It's not that important, rather than this support line here. Support line at 2.15 trillion, literally been holding. It doesn't matter if you wick below it. This was even more of a dramatic wick below that we saw from current market price. So like from that point, 2.15 down, this was actually more dramatic, and this is why we need to be watching the weekly close. The weekly ends up actually closing under, well, really, I mean, 2.15 trillion. You're in a breakdown on the weekly. This has been holding for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. So there's your shift, there's your chop zone, and there's us getting out of the chop zone officially, potentially. Knock on wood. You can notice in this bear market, once you lose pretty massive levels that have been holding, it does just lead to the next leg down on total. Here again, chop, 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 lost it, leg down. So developing. Bears are licking their lips. Bulls are clenching. This is looking not too bad. We can go throw on HBDR now. Let's actually see. Okay, so we did actually we're actually rejecting the median, and you actually could open below it into next week. So never mind, you didn't reject the median. You actually got above it. You opened above it this week and went up to the SMA 200. You will notice the median shifted all the way down to 2.1 trillion. 2.14 trillion, really. So you're really like on it now, near it. If into next week you actually close, I'm using that as confluence of what I just literally said about the meme line at 6.15 trillion. If you have the median, awesome. If you don't, you have the 6.15 trillion, 2.15 trillion, not 6. My apologies. Maybe in like 40 years, this will be at 6. 2.15. Because that's actually lined up really nicely with the median. And that's important because look at, if you lose the median into next week, you're going to get a measured move down to the 1.86 trillion. That's a major move down from that median. It's about 13%. Come on, boys. We've been in a 5% range all summer. I got to take that as like a big spot. That's a big move down finally. And that actually goes near our 1.76 trillion actually level. That's a big spot that we need to be watching for maybe a bounce. And never fear if you're maybe getting FOMO on shorting there. We've like seen in the past, once you lose that 1.78 trillion zone, you actually dump down to the 1.48. I do believe 1.48 will be where Bitcoin finds its bottom. That's something we've been talking about since May. So it's just been the rejection down. This is the mid range. And if you lose that, probably finds a bottom in this zone. Only have tested it one other time, 2024 January, and that's what led to the bottom. So legitimate buyers can step up, but hey, we still won't disregard 1.77 trillion. And regardless, that's still like 13% away. Never mind, 17% away from current market price. So not bad at all with these two levels we're actually looking at. All dependent on if 2.15 trillion will get lost into next week. So what a beautiful chart so far. I did talk about the idea that really you haven't really got the expansion far from the SMA 200. But when we go into Bitcoin, I will show some things on why maybe that might occur now. I'm not really looking at like, and this would be crazy if you got deviations of this and every time you did, you started buying Bitcoin. It would be a little crazy. And I know Bitcoin has allowed bulls to do that, but that over time could just be a trap in itself. You will eventually one day probably get an expansion away from the SMA 200 as this asset class gets stronger. It's like hard, okay, because like this just populated 2018. So here is your 2020 first tab, COVID. And then the next one, 2021, 2022, 2022 really, and then 2023. So fairly new from like 2018 beginning. But now in 2026, possibly. And that's just the thing. You won't know until you know. And that's why we at least know for sure this is bearish. This isn't a silver cross to the downside. Weekly trend is still down. And it does look like you're actually getting into a breakdown pattern now. It's all Jesus toast until you get the weekly close. But hey, potentially you are getting into a breakdown formation here. I don't need to draw it myself. I'm just feeling like Picasso, I guess, today. Now, 5-day volatility setup is meaty. This is a big one. We need to be watching carefully if this does fire off, because this will actually play into the idea that, well, yeah, you're not going to really get you're not really going to get the expansion. You're not going to get the reclaim of the weekly SMA 200 before the expansion down. There we go. That's the way to say it. I guess Hopium would be last time it lost weekly SMA 200 in this region. You did get a 5-day volatility setup. It could not fire off to the downside. It was like chopping and trying to, but it could not, leading to a breakout. And that's actually what got the weekly back above, was the 5-day volatility setup. So again, if we start seeing this 5-day volatility setup fire off down again, oof, maybe this is a little different. Five-day volatility setup fired it off for bulls in that region when we deviated it in 2020. And same with 2022 and 2023. It was all basically the same one, almost. It was like failures, spurs of moments of volatility, no breakouts, moves down, not taking out the lows, and then on that low is when it started to move up. So a little fucky there. But still, hey, regardless, this is in breakdown at this current point, and really, the longer it stays here, the more likely this volatility will fire down. So we can go to daily, 2-day. We'll go to 2-day real fast and just see anything else. No, nothing on the 2-day. It's closing today, and again, maybe that 2-day breaks under 2.15 trillion. We know how that's important. And look at that 2-day volatility setup, pretty big. Oof. Yeah, and so what most likely happens here is you probably get a reconnection of your 5, which isn't a good sign because really the 5 was kind of giving bulls the upper hand the last 2 months on maybe getting a test. If we end up really expanding more down, you will get a reconnect of the 5. This will play right into bear's hands, and this will actually look like the next major lower high on the monthly. How disastrous if this is the next major lower high on the monthly. That means that you have, yeah, that 12% mark before getting even a lower low break. Terrible. Is this time different? Are we actually going to get a move to the monthly 100? Or are we just going to get near it, bottom, and then get a reclaim of the monthly 5 and move up? For now, it's saying definitely not getting a reclaim of the monthly 5. You have your 9 and 21 crossing down. So this is in bear control. And you're even rejecting your 50% at minimum takes you to 61.8%. That is a new low on crypto, just so everyone's aware. So that's all I have on total. I don't want to talk about it too much. I was on there for quite a while, but I just think it's important because at least you have the bigger perspective on things. And now, why maybe we will actually get the expansion of the weekly SMA 200. Maybe this is a little different than what we've seen before. And maybe even this monthly will reach the target down to the 100, something you've actually never seen before. And little side note, if you do end up seeing that get hit and you've been watching us for a while and you use the EMA 100, why would we not call for a bottom once that's hit? That most likely probably gives you a major move spring, and that's an opportunity zone. I mean, look at what occurred here. We got near it, couldn't fully hit the target, and then bottomed, and that was it. So now let's go to Bitcoin. Let's talk about it because Bitcoin's actually very straightforward and very nice from what we talked about last stream. Actually, there's literally been it's been just very straightforward this week, I have to say, which means whenever we start getting a market that's very straightforward, it's stopping. It's not fucking bears as much anymore, and you're actually getting very straightforward price action. You have to really wonder, are we just getting bear market price action again? Once again, where this was chop, are we now starting to flip that? You will notice once you've rejected 65K, it's been actually straight to business. You got under that 64K mark. That was our criteria on Monday to start moving down. You did actually make the mean reversion bounce up to around 64. I think these were, like some Fed days, some CPI and PPI news days. What doesn't matter really. It just took you right up to 64 for bearish retest, the spot we did talk about, which could get retested. You notice that no daily actually got above 64K. You got to close at 63.5, another close at 63.4, another close at 63.4. So actually nothing developed here for bulls, and you even got multiple bites at the apple at 64K short. The last and most recent one was yesterday, which to the T touched 64K, solidifying resistance for bears, before rejecting. Now, this was a big concern for me because even though you put in a doji here, you still had to be quite concerned at the idea that each daily wick high is putting in lower highs. That just correlates to a downtrend on a lower time frame, along with even a daily 5 rejecting consistently, along with 64K not getting reclaimed. What we've been seeing really quickly in this really chop has been you aggressively move down and then you reclaim 64. Aggressively move down, reclaim 64 fast, aggressively move down, reclaim 64, aggressively move down, reclaim 64, and you get the point, right? Has that really been happening this time? No, you move down to 62, you move up. Oh no, but it just actually gave you another short opportunity. All of these have been short opportunities and gifts, just like 65. You will notice actually, since this deviation, what stopped any of us from shorting 65 successfully? Like, really, what was the stopper? And okay, well, you didn't fully put 65. So here, okay, like nothing actually. Nothing stopped us from shorting 65. Bitcoin actually, even in the chop, rejected it quite a lot and was very straightforward actually. Now, this is important. As we reach 62.2, we've talked about 65 being the big spot for bulls, 62 being the big spot for bears. Now, watch how many times we've hit 65K since the July reclaim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 8 are. Does that make it stronger or weaker? Well, it makes it actually extremely weak, honestly. You actually are more weak to the downside than to the upside. Since the deviation in July, you hit it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not 8. This is the 8th time, and we did say in the middle here, whichever way we do end up going, if Bitcoin ended up going back to 65K from 64, you were probably going to break out. But now that you reach 62.2, you have to be extremely cautious of this breaking down. Now, for us, we want to be watching the daily carefully. If you start closing dailies under 62.2 and even just staying under that, that's going to start opening more shorts on strategy, Coinbase, even on Bitcoin. That's going to be the next leg down. We've really seen once 62.2 is lost, Bitcoin does like to make lows, at least in that local range, and get a breakdown. Now, it's been a little different since here, but that's why we're all, getting perky. We're all getting excited, and maybe this time's a little different in terms of the chop zone we've been experiencing all summer. So 62.2 remains my major spot. And actually, I have to say, our good friend Capo actually put in a nice Telegram post, and he said, inverse head and shoulders meme, looking good. So there we go. We actually have confirmation now that Capo is looking at the exact same thing we're looking at, which is not a good sign, and saying that this could just be an inverse head and shoulders. And also the quad bottom, triple bottom at 60K, you have to be using all those little facts into saying, yeah, probably 62.2 is not going to hold, and probably 60,000 is not going to hold. Now, you don't need to play a guessing game. We don't make money on, maybes. It's what's more likely. And so if you start taking out these lows, you're in a breakdown just to the book. You're now going to SR 62.2. That's going to at least give you down to the range lows of around 60K. And if you lose 60,000, yeah, you're going to capitulate. I don't see any reason on why 50,000 is going to hold. Our next target would be 49. So it's not from here we're going to 49,000. It's a range, and that's as simple as it can be. You reject 65, you lost 64 on lower time frames, you've aggressively dumped to 62.2. If 62.2 does provide a bounce, I'll be surprised, but hey, it's a range. Lose 62.2 moves Bitcoin down under 60K, and at that point, why would we hold 60K? We're probably not going to. And that probably just leads to the next leg down. Now let's check out the lower time frame volatility. Let's go to the daily and under, and you are going to notice that the daily is trying to get it up. I mean, it's trying to, but it can't. So even despite that move up and down and up, you actually haven't even fired off daily volatility, which is actually really not good for bulls. If you end up firing daily volatility, maybe on the loss of 62.2, that's disastrous and basically is solidifying that we're going to make a new low on Bitcoin. Most likely. I always have to preface the most likely, there's my insurance, but why would we not make a new low on Bitcoin if the breakdown starts giving us a daily volatility setup? because also you have such a contraction of volatility on all the other time frames. Here's your 12 hours. So this is already firing off, kind of guiding you that if today closes under 62.2, that daily is most likely going to fire off. And that's not a good sign, because now we can go to the 2-day and look at how big of a setup we have on the 2-day here. It's actually monstrous. And this is not good, because something I mentioned on total, which is maybe why this time's a little different, it's really based on volatility, honestly. And a lot of people haven't really talked about that on CR. Volatility is a little different this cycle than last. And really, I don't need to argue or debate. Let's just go to the monthly. Let's just go to CME, and this is it. This time's a little different. You've never in Bitcoin's history ever have had a monthly CME volatility setup fire off. Has this at all reset? No. Is this just consolidating on 50%? Yes. And is this more likely to move up to the 70s still? Absolutely. And so you can see here that actually, in terms of volatility, this is a little different, and we can't act like this monthly volatility didn't fire off in October, or really got the contraction in October. I'll be accurate here, and it fired off in January. So basically the entire bear market. Now, you didn't have that here. You didn't have that back in 2019, 2020. You've never had this monthly volatility setup fire off. You have to really be looking at that as kind of a, well, first, different piece of evidence on why this market's a little different, along with maybe even that biweekly, something we've talked about a lot. The biweekly on Bitcoin actually is showing another biweekly volatility setup. Now, if you end up, and just very simply, this fired down, this was our bear market. That should be it. You've never actually ever had two bi-weekly volatility setups fire off in a bear market. It always gives you the first one, the second one contracts, and that's what takes you out of the bear market. So you get the first one, it contracts, and that's what takes you out of the bear market. This was not a volatility setup. You did get the volatility setup, and that is what took you out of the bear market. Fired up, contracted, gave you a setup, never firing down, and then that's what fired you out of the bear market. So actually, last cycle was the only one you had a bi-weekly volatility setup fired down. Let me see, up, up, down. So already, actually, based on this bi-weekly, you already could argue this is a little different, because you've actually never had a bi-weekly volatility setup in a bear market fired down, which actually seems a little crazy, but yeah, you actually have not. It's always just led to the contraction of one. These fire off to the upside. So if you get two firing off, couldn't you argue that's kind of like a super cycle in itself? These bi-weekly volatility setups are massive. It's like the bi-weekly and then the monthly. They're very big. That's why 62.2 is the big spot. And really, what is stopping bears from dumping this down to the SMA 200 still? This is the perspective we still need to keep. What is stopping bears from just dumping this? Hopium? Aspirations? Clarity bills? I don't know. But still, it's not looking not at all constructive. And nothing has literally changed for me for 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 weeks. Arguably 12 weeks. So 3 months, it's just been the same bullshit, really. So that's why we have to get excited on maybe finding a move. Understand that move will come at 62.2 loss. No changes on that. You need to be watching that zone very carefully. And as Bitcoin approaches it, this isn't the spot where you start aggressively shorting. You wait. You at very minimum can wait for a 4-hour. And then if you want to short that, GG, try it out. In my opinion, though, wait for the daily today, and then you can start shorting Coinbase, strategy, and more Bitcoin. That'll just be the easiest trigger I can give anyone, because that's just based on waiting. It's based on a trigger. And now we're maybe going to get the daily volatility setup firing off, maybe under 62.2, kind of giving you confluence of that trade. But at minimum, as long as you close under these wick lows, you're in a breakdown. So it doesn't really matter what I think. If you close under these wick lows, you're in a breakdown. So that's all we have there. Yikes. Like, what is stopping this 5-day from just turning girthy? Like, what's stopping the 5-day from doing this? Literally nothing, actually. And when you look at this 5-day, you can really just see the chop obvious. Nothing occurred here. Like, look at the range. It's like a 5% range all summer. Nothing's been happening. You got one nice green dildo here, very easily could get taken out. So you're hoping really that this candle doesn't get taken out ever if you're a bull. Every single time this bear market, we've gotten back above the 5 on the 5-day and then deviated the 5 on a 5-day. It's led to at least 5% moves down. What do you mean by that? Here, you got back above it. You deviated it. Let's check that one out. Oh, that was about 20%. Okay, here you got back above it. You deviated it. Let's check that one out. Oh, that was 30%. Okay, here you got back above it. You deviated it. Let's measure that one out. That was 27%. Okay, maybe we're getting lucky. Okay, you closed under it. Let's check that one out. That was 10%. Let's check this one out. This was 8%. We can even just measure that candle only. That was 4.86%. So there's our failure. Wink, wink. So you get the point, right? Even that. This was a very weak one, went to 2.5. So you always dump once you deviate the 5-day EMA 5. So be very concerned. Bitcoin's macro is in a downtrend, and if you're betting on the lows being in, that's okay, but you just have to be fully aware that now this is in bear territory. Once you lose 62.2, you're at the last stand, literally the last stand for bulls. They got to show up here, and if they don't, this is going to turn into the next major lower high. Bitcoin is going to dump multi-thousands of dollars going into September, and most likely then we're going to see the bi-weekly on Bitcoin fire off 2 setups on BBWP, which I believe the pivot is still down, actually. Farhano can double check that on his analysis. Very important that we pay attention to the pivots moving forward. And then even just on total, right? The weekly SMA 200 absolutely got lost, absolutely rejected. And so now what we need is just the follow through down. It's pretty simple here. Just follow throughs. What bears need to do now. That's it. They just need to keep hitting the red button and they'll win. So let's see. Let's honestly hope maybe Saylor ends up selling more. That's often a good sign. And definitely he doesn't need to be buying. Let's make sure he doesn't buy anywhere here. And yeah, let's actually really be watching 62.2 because I do believe, like we've been saying this for a long time, for like 3 months now. And it's the same thing. If you can just get back above it, get under it, you will dump. It's been 42 days since you've been above it. So you got to be watching that as a big area of interest. And also kind of like the last stand. This is like the last stand for bulls to actually trap before the weekly closes under the SMA 200 and it gets fucked. Understand we were using 64K on the daily, on the 4-hour to guide us on knowing if this weekly was going to be fucked or not. And 64K rejected, aka weekly SMA 200 not going to hold, aka this was a front runnable event. Into next week, you might get one easy short opportunity if this truly is going to be the next downside leg market, the next lower high is the accurate way to say it. If this is truly going to be the next lower high, then we should get some kind of move up to the SMA 200, and that actually should reject. That'll be our aggressive short idea into next week, maybe into the new month. So that's Bitcoin, that's total. Let's go to tether dominance really fast. It's pretty simple because we're still at 8.567%, and that is still the zone that we need to see reclaimed for us to break out to 9%, essentially opening up a major range to the upside, which equates to a major move down on Bitcoin. Weekly just needs to get it up. It's 8.567%. Just get the reclaim and GG. Look at the 2-day volatility. It's ready to fire off. Look at bullish price structure forming here on that low. Okay, maybe the higher high break, maybe the higher low. Are we about to take out this high and confirm a 2-day uptrend? Wow, 2-day volatility is in a major setup here. Bi-weekly volatility is giving us a setup. Pretty impressive bi-weekly candles so far. Bulls literally showed up exactly where they needed to. Weekly EMA9 deviation could occur into next week, could give us a setup. Weekly volatility is contracted. A move is coming. Monthly still looking absolutely beautiful. There's only been a few times where just only the monthly 5 got the bounce. Only the monthly 5. Here we got the bounce off the 9, the 9. Only a few times has the monthly 5 given us a bounce. Let's see. Really fast. Here was the first one we saw. Monthly 5 tested, not wicked below it, and not closed below it. Didn't test the 9. And from that move, you actually, on a wick basis, went up 53%. Here was another one. So didn't close below it, didn't wick below it, just tapped the monthly 5 and went up. You can see the close, it was 33%. From the wick up, 39%. And if you wanted to be absolutely degenerate, you could argue it was a 63% move up from low to wick high off of your monthly 5. You can see these wicked below, wicked below, wicked below, didn't hold it, wicked below, wicked below. You get my point? Like, that's an interesting perspective to have. Went below. Here's another bounce. I guess we just found another one. All right, actually, nope, didn't even hit it. Never mind. We want accuracy here. So, right, tether dominance, monthly 5. If it holds, you get some pretty nice moves to the upside. This wicked below it. So pretty damning perspective when, well, you are putting in a major SR of 8.567% on the monthly, something you've never been able to do before, along with testing the monthly 5 and also being in a monthly uptrend. Literally, this is looking like it's ready to make a higher high break starting this month. This candle's looking very impressive. All you have to do is just flip it green, form the candle, form the head, and you will just start breaking out hard. At minimum, you should see that move to the median. It's at 9.2. That is essentially testing the lows on Bitcoin. So yeah, any actionable thing we can see today, 8.567%. That's what you need. 8.567% on the daily will mean we're breaking out. HBDR, yeah. I mean, no. HBDR and CME is literally on the monthly saying we're probably going to take the lows out and go to 55K. Okay, so 8.567% on tether dominance, 62.2 on Bitcoin. And let's see if we get the weekly SMA 200 expansion on total. Let's look at Solana real fast. Solana, again, hasn't really been doing much, but I think we're finally getting that move down. You will notice every really time you've broken under $75.69, you've actually made some pretty aggressive drops up until July, where you got chopped. But even still, so you did actually make the nice drop down to 70. And I only say that because I still think Solana will lead, and well, hopefully we'll actually start seeing this volatility fire off before Bitcoin's. On the daily, of course, with lower highs still. So lastly, we can go to Bitcoin dominance. It's the more boring one because it's only on the weekly that really matters, in my opinion, until you get back above the 59.69%. But hey, we're here, so let's check it out. You did get the nice rejection off your weekly 34, and it took you right to the target, which is your weekly 100. Talk about a range in 1 week, huh? Wow. Now you either break your 34, you're bullish, you break your 100, you're bearish. Very simple. And I'm a simple man. A red Bitcoin dominance leads to a red Bitcoin, which leads to red everything in crypto, obviously, not stocks. And so if this weekly loses the EMA 100 at 58.78%, that is my implication that Bitcoin dominance is breaking down towards 57 and possibly even all the way down to 55%. There really will be nothing stopping this from breaking down if the weekly closes under the 100. You will notice last time you did close under it, it was a trap. This is what took you to the top of the range. That was engineered so you'll disregard the weekly 100 this time. So let's not disregard it. Let's watch it very carefully because I do believe that'll be the big footing ground where bears are going to use as a spot to really nuke us. You can see you got lots of chop before. You close under your weekly 100. You stayed under it for multiple weeks. And that is actually what gave Bitcoin dominance the next major leg down on par with Bitcoin. So you see that? Boom. That was off the weekly 100. You got chopped before. So kind of like the environment we're actually in. You got the deviation, the fake out. All you need to do is pop below the 100 and you'll break down. What do I mean by that? Here you had the fake breakout. You just have to pop below the 100 and stay below it and you'll break down. So we see that, right? The fake out, under, fake out. Maybe it can go under now, maybe. Doesn't matter. Weekly 100 is your big spot. Watch that carefully. 2 days left to go. So to me, it seems like Bears' big objective now is to keep this energy for 2 days. We got to keep this energy for 2 days. CME closes today, so we'll watch that carefully. But still, we got to keep the energy for 2 days. Bitcoin CME SMA 200 on the weekly may get lost today, which is a good sign for us, actually. But yeah, 2 days. Bears have to keep this momentum on Tether dominance, on Bitcoin dominance, for us to actually maybe get that follow through move into next week. So let's watch that weekly 100 here, weekly SMA 200 on Bitcoin, 62.2, which is going to break, which is going to bounce. There's a major sell trigger here on Tether dominance, and you can see if you lose the 61.8%, you make a major drop down to the 78.6. Not really the best sign. Two-day volatility, contracted. Yeah, ready to break down in my opinion here. So yeah, in all honesty, you're just waiting for 62.2 to get lost. That'll actually open up a pretty nice market for us moving into September. I do think 62.2 is lost. That should be the line in the sand. I believe. I'm not using 60K. I'm not using the all-time low. I'm using the weekly SMA 200 with 62.2. And once you lose both, you are in breakdown. 62.2 will start the move on the daily into next week. If you get a rally back up to your SMA 200 on the weekly, assuming it gets lost, that could be a whole short zone in itself. But regardless, you will get a move down after 62.2 is lost. The big question will be into September or into the end of the month. Are we going to wick above 62.2 and test weekly SMA 200? Or are we literally just going to dump once 62.2 is lost? Watch 62.2. Literally, you've been holding it for 5 weeks. Let's really pay attention to that level. It's a big spot, hasn't changed for us. And as long as you are breaking that, Bitcoin is more poised to go to $49,000 to $44,000. And I am looking for a bottom right off the monthly 100. And look how strong this monthly candle is forming for bears. Literally, if this is the next lower high, I am expecting something like this to happen. Like a 20, 15, 30% drop on the monthly could lead us to the target. We could get consolidation and the bottom is in. Regardless, I am convinced the bottom will be in once the monthly 100 is tapped, and that's at 48,500. So that's all I have on Bitcoins. Watch 62.2, watch 64K. That just proved to all of us its resistance yesterday. And yeah, let's see if we actually lose 62.2 and get a trending market. And if you're on ETA, if we lose 62.2, that opens up more shorts, believe it or not. And that's when I'm actually going to start looking at maybe strategy in coin. I know I flipped the charts by saying it, but something like that. So that's all I have. Pay attention to the trading alerts.
Alrighty, beautiful. Let me share my screen. Into HPDR. Alrighty, awesome. A little sipski of this water. Alrighty. Awesome. There we go. Listo. Oopsie. Let's zoom out here. Daily is still flipped to the downside, now very close to entering into the bearish control zone. Let's see if there's any divergence present here. This close is 64.9 and this one is 65. So yeah, there's hidden bearish divergence in between these 2 points. And now daily is starting to lose at 38.2% as well. And you opened above it. You opened below it. You retested it, and you're getting expansion to the downside from there. And closures below that region at 63,455. Around 63.5, somewhere in that region. If you get a close below there, that brings you down towards the 78.6, which right now is currently just below $59,000 at $58,500. And you're close to a bearish cross as well. The pink about to cross below the yellow. And if we also bring up our good friend the moons, you got your bear moon that is still continuing to play out now. Wonderful how well these moons end up playing out. How much are we down from this moon as of this moment? Let's take it from the top, from where the moon appeared. Right around the same region, at about 2.9, about 3% roughly. Let's take it from this bear moon from the top to the bottom. This was around 4.68%. This bear moon was initially 7.5%, and then like 13.69%. Nice number. This one appeared here, top to bottom, initially around 4%, and then 6%-ish, and 8.5%. The minimum move so far is around that 4% number, 4.6-ish, 4.5. Take it from here, bottom, about close to 6%. This one appeared here, initial move of right around 6%, and then 9%, close to that 8% number. This one appeared here, initial move of around 5%, and then around 10%, 9%-ish. And let's get one more. This one appeared here, initial move of around 8%, 8.5%, and eventually did more, but we'll just take that. And now let's go into the current one, where we've done, I believe, 3%, but let's just measure it out again. Appeared here, we've done around 3% so far. So if we were to do that minimum move of 4.5% to 5%, would bring us to around $61,500 to $61,000. And then if we were going to do the 8% number, brings us to about $59,000, roughly. And if we're going to do the 10 to 13%, 10% brings us to about $57,800, $57,500. 13 to 14% brings us to around $55,000 to $54,000-ish. Very, very interesting, very cool numbers. Now let's make the moon phase disappear. Alrighty. And go into the 12-hour. 12-hour also now freshly flipping back down. 12-hour also is going to have some divergence here, bearish divergence, with volatility now freshly expanding again, and the 12-hour is still playing out this bearish cross with the pink below the yellow. And you're getting a fresh silver cross to the downside, and also you've lost the 38.2%. Brings you down towards the 78.6, which right now is at around $60,000 flat. And now let's go to 8 hour. 8 hours also now freshly flipping back down. You're putting in hidden bearish divergence on the 8 hour, and 8 hour is losing the 38.2% also. And you're getting a retest and expansion down from that region. And that brings you down to $60,000 with a slight bounce in the 61s. 4 hours starting to tick back up, although it is still flipped down. You're putting in possibility of bullish divergence here, but you need to get a close over 62,950 to confirm that. And if you do confirm it, all it really does is just gives you a move back into 63.5, which is 21 and the median. And this is just going to be most likely a lower high if you even get it. And this is what we're getting after we completely skip that neutral phase on the jewel and went directly into sell, getting some nice down only action. And we're about to lose a 38.2% also. That's at 62,850. If you're to lose that, that brings you down to that 61's level, 61.1. Today also now, today is still, well, now actually no, it's getting below the moving average, so it's now freshly flipping down with volatility still going, still in. Actually, no, it's hard to see here, but the volatility is in expansion, while momentum is freshly flipping down, and the jewel is losing the buy signal, flipping into a neutral. And this goes along with loss of the median, rejection of the median. That brings you into the bottom 38.2%, which right now is at just below 61,000 at 60,700. 5-day also flipped down now. 5 days putting in, I believe, hidden bearish divergence possibility. Yeah, and that will confirm with any closure below $62,800. And that currently the loss of the median brings you down towards the bottom 38.2%, and that level sits at that low 61s at 61.3. The 50% lines up with 58.5. And this last time you just dumped, you went down towards the 78.6, and that level is currently at around $51,000. This time here also you went towards 78.6, and then on the next candle you went to way past the 88.3, and that would bring us towards that 46 to $44,000 number that we'll get to in a second. Weekly also has lost the median. Weekly is once again losing the 200 SMA. The median is at 62.9, so right around 63,000. And momentum is currently flipped up, but it is at the neutral zone, and this is the area where it would flip back down. And volatility is at zero, basically 0%. The bottom 38.2% right now is very close to our 54,000 target, right around 55.5. 2 week also continuing to reject the 5 with momentum still flipped down, putting in possibility of bullish divergence, but never confirmed. And you're getting continuation or expansion down now. And the fact that you couldn't get over the 61.8% means you're likely going to make it towards the 78.6, and that level is just below 58 at 57.6. What are the monthly? Monthly is still rejecting the 55, turning into a red candle now from the rejection of the 55. Likely going to make your way towards the 61.8% as long as you're rejecting the 55. That's at $56,400. And momentum is still flipped up and about to test the edge of the bearish control zone. This is the area where it would flip down if you're going to make it into lower low, which you're likely will. Okay, now we go into Tether. Tether is making his way towards the top 38.2% now, with momentum flipped up, putting in bullish or hidden bullish divergence with volatility expanding from extreme lows. Zoom in here, and you're about to get a bullish cross as well. 38.2%, currently sitting at 8.66%. Getting closures over this area is what brings you to your current highs, and likely a slightly new all-time high, right around 90.5%. 12-hour also getting over the 38.2%, freshly flipping back up. 12-hour is on the edge of giving you a fresh silver cross. One more close over 8.455%, and they are going to cross, and that's going to force a massive busting action move to the upside. Likely going to take you somewhere around 8.7 to 8.9%. And that will be Bitcoin getting its capitulation below 62s. And you got a fresh bullish cross here with the pink above the yellow. 8 hour also on the edge of a breakout right around this 200 SMA, which lines up perfectly with the 38.2%, flipping back up and putting in hidden bullish divergence with volatility expanding from extreme lows. And you got a fresh buy signal here within the bullish control zone. If you can close over both this 38.2% and this 200 SMA, that brings you into a new all-time, or not new all-time high, but close to 9%, or 8.8%. And first of cross as well. 4 hour also getting above that 38.2%. Momentum flipped up, very close to entering into the bullish control zone with volatility expanding from 0% basically. And getting a closure over 8.57% brings you into upper eights, like 8.7 to 8.8. Today also very close to getting some busting action right at the median. If you can't close over the median, 8.59%, that brings you into right along your current all-time high, somewhere between 9.1 and 9.3%. And momentum on the 2-day is now starting to freshly flip back up with volatility at 0%. Okie dokie. 5-day is also flipping back up now. Let me zoom in here. This is a lower low, and this comes along with, what is this close? 8.440, 8.455, and this one is 8.3. So no, it's a higher low with 8.3. Yeah, it's a higher low with lower low momentum, so there's hidden bullish divergence there. And that will confirm with any closure over 8.481%, which you are over currently as of the moment. And if you do confirm, that gives you a move back to your current high somewhere around 9%-ish. We just draw a little meme line here. Brings you around this zone. Zoom in. And you're very close to getting a bullish cross here. There's like a ball sack here away from getting the pink to cross above the yellow. That was the 6-day, not the weekly. My bad. I thought it was the weekly. Oh well. And weekly is very close to making its way back into that 38.2%. Weekly is also very close to putting in a local bottom. This will confirm with any closure over 8.633%, and that brings you into your current all-time high, slightly new all-time high around 9.5-ish%. What I think is most likely to happen is you get your busting action here, you get a move to your current 9% area. Maybe you put in somewhat of a short-term top here, come back down to 8.7, 8.8, and then further busting action into new all-time highs. Two-week also still above the median after that retest on this last candle, and we are now once again back over the 5, and we're once again green. And this is would make its way towards the top 38.2%, which is resting right around that 9.5 number that we just saw, which is a nice new all-time high. And 2-week is still flipped up, and got possibility of hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm with any closure over 8.659%. That brings you into somewhere around 9.5 to 10%. And monthly is below the median, bouncing off the 5, and once again green, and you would have a target of the median from there, which is around your current highs, around 9.2%. Okie dokie. Let's look at RSI. Go to Tether. Tether's still got bullish divergence active, multiple drives, and it's going to be active on the daily, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing over 8.344%. And your next target is going to be the bullish control zone with volatility at many periods of 0%, and the bullish control zone sits at 8.8%. Okie dokie. The 12-hour currently also has hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 8.398%, and you currently made its way into the bullish control zone with volatility now starting to expand for many periods of 0%. The critical zone is currently sitting at 9%. 8-hour also has bullish divergence. Volatility is at extreme lows. Critical zone sits at 8.8%. 4-hour also has hidden bullish divergence of 3 drives, with volatility now starting to expand from extreme lows, and the critical zone sits at 8.8%. 2 days also got hidden bullish divergence with volatility at many periods of 0%, and this is going to target the bullish control zone at 8.8%. Critical zone is currently at 10%. Nothing there. 5 days putting in, is it? No, you made a lower low, so no. Volatility is at many periods of 0%. The neutral zone is at 8.8%. Local bottom here on the 6-day. Simple moving average 8.3, and nothing else really. Weekly is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence here. This is going to be many drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over 8.535%. And that gives you a move into the critical zone, which is currently at around 10%, with volatility at extreme lows again. Quite bullish. 2-week is also putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence with volatility at extreme lows, and this is going to confirm with any closure over 8.659%. Gives you a move into 10%. Okie dokie. Anything here? No. 12 hours got hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $65,100, and your next target is the critical zone, which is around 60,900, right just below 61,000. 8 hours also got multiple drives of bearish divergence. Your next target is going to be 61.5. Volatility is at extreme lows also. 4 hours also got hidden bearish divergence. Target is 60,950, so about 61,000. 2 hours also got hidden bearish divergence. The bearish control zone is going to be resistance at 62.8, and the critical zone is at 61,000. 2 days also got multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence with volatility at many periods of 0%, and the bearish control zone is at 60,800. With the critical zone at 49,200. Nice number. 3 days also got hidden bearish divergence, fresh, with many periods of 0% volatility, and the bearish control zone sits at 59.5. Sub 60K is like programmed at this point. What else? This closes 65,000. This closes 64.9. So there is some hidden bearish divergence in between these 2 points. This will confirm with any closure below 62.2, and that brings you down to 55.2. And then the next target from there is 49.8, which is the simple moving average. So that would be the real target for around 49.8. Six-day target is the critical zone, which is around 52. Weeklies also got fresh hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing weeklies below 65,364, and the critical zone is currently sitting at around 53.5. Let me zoom out a little bit. Oh, two week is also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, and this will confirm with any closure below 62.2. Gives you a move into 47.6. Monthly's also still got bearish divergence. This is going to give you a move into the monthly 100, which is right now at around 48,000. Yeah, 48.4, 48.5. Quarterly still got bearish divergence, going to give you a move into somewhere between 49 and 46,000. Going to be active as long as you're closing below 114,000. And 6 month, the most bearish part, or the most bearish signal here on Bitcoin, especially on the longer term, very long term time frame here with the 6 month, and you've confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence, which will be active as long as you're closing below $107,200, and 3 drives of bearish divergence does give you a target of the 21, which right now is at around 43 to 44,000, and is going to continue to rise with every single close. This is the one thing that's giving you the more long term signal that very likely will drop below 50,000. But the longer it takes to play out, the higher the price target will be, because this 21 will rise with every single close. But you got to remember, each one of these closes is 6 months, so it's going to take a lot of time for this to go back over $50,000. More likely, this is gonna, whenever it does get its connect, it'll be within the 40s. But there's no telling whether it's going to be here at 43, 44, or it's going to be a little higher at like 46, 47, somewhere in that region. We have no idea. Currently, we do have targets around from the monthly, or somewhere around 48, but it doesn't say that we can't go below the monthly 100, because we did slightly in this region here. So maybe at that point, the 6 month would be somewhere around 47,000, 46,000, somewhere in that region, and that would be slightly below your 100. This is the area where you bottomed out off of FTX and where you bottomed out off of COVID. Very significant, that monthly 100. Okie dokie, let's look at momentum. Daily momentum on Tether is flipped up with volatility at many peers of 0%, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.36%. And let's see what else. Nothing. 12 hours also flipped up with volatility now firing off from many peers of 0%, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.45%. Let's see how much last time we went up on this volatility set up to the upside. Here's the previous one. Volatility started expanding from this candle. It went up initially 4% and then 22%. Not bad. Let's take this from expansion. Expanded from this candle. We are currently up around 0.4%. So if we were to take it 4%, brings us to around, oh, very interesting, right around that 8.8% number that we just saw. And that would take us above each one of these, or every one of these previous lower highs, bring you nothing but air into your current all-time highs right around this 9% area. Nice. 8 hours also flipped up, maintaining the critical zone with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 8.53%. 4 hours also freshly flipped up with hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.51%. 2 hours also flipped up, entering into the bullish control zone with volatility at many periods of 0%, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.4%. 5 days currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing over below 8.85%. And you're on this next open going to be around the edge of the bearish control zone, and at that point the pivot probably does go down. And our short-term target is somewhere around the 8.8s, which would be a tap of this pivot. Weekly is currently flipped down, but very close to flipping back up, and it will flip back up if you can close over 8.57%, and that will invalidate your weekly bearish divergence. 2 week is currently still flipped up. This didn't flip down, and this is about to break back into the critical zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.76%. But this does close in 2 days, so if this fails to close over 8.76%, this is going to flip back down. So that makes it likely that within the next 2 days and 9 hours, this is going to be above 8.76% to that 8.8% number that we were previously looking at, and that means that Bitcoin will be getting a nice dump ski in the next 2 days. days. Would that be? Today's Friday, so that would be over the weekend. Interesting. We don't have CME gaps anymore, though, so there wouldn't be that benefit. Where if we dumped over the weekend, we'd get a pump ski into Monday to fill the gap. We don't have those gaps anymore. Monthly currently still flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.22%. Okie and quarterly is still flipped up with hidden bullish divergence, with volatility expanding from the lowest point ever, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 5.38%. That's going to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is flipped down with the dart of death and volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 64,700. 12 hours currently firing off that volatility setup, and it's flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 63,550. And let's see how much we have currently down since we fired off that setup. Around 1.5% so far. Let's see our last downside setup. We're currently higher on volatility than this one, so let's not use that one. This one would be similar. Let's take it from where volatility expanded. Over here. This was initially 6%, and then 7.6 and 8%. Let's take another one. Here's another good one. Volatility expansion from here. Initially 4%, 12%, 21%. How much are we at currently on volatility? We're at 42%. We have 42%. So this one doesn't count because it didn't come there. If we'll take it, it's close enough. This one expanded. So initially about 4%, 6%, and that 8% number, and then 25. So the higher end number seems to be in the low to mid 20s. We'll call it with this one. Initially about 7.6%, which is that 8%-ish move, and then 16-ish% and around 20-ish%. Locally, take it from where it expanded here, and 1.5%. If we were to take it around 5%, brings us to about $60,000. Around 8% brings us to around $58,000. And if we're going to do it for funsies, around the 20-ish% number, brings us to around like $48,000. 25% would bring us to around $46,000. Very cool. Eight-hour also still flipped down with volatility back to extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 62,800. And you're within the critical zone, and you're rejecting getting out of the critical zone. And volatility is at extreme lows. 4-hour currently expanding on volatility, giving you a volatility setup to the downside, and momentum is flipped down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, putting in hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below $63,000. And see how much you've gone down in the previous volatility setup here. Let's not take. Actually, we'll take it, even though it's at many periods of 0%. So it's going to be more powerful, but we'll still take it. You started expanding after this one, and this one took you 1.6%, 1.5%, to the point of contraction, so 1%. And here you've done about 1%. Let's see, one, here's one. Expansion, about 3.5%. Here's a good. Where is a good one? Here's an expansion to the downside. Okie dokie. 4.5%. 8.8%. And we'll call it with this one. $3.10. And take it from the point of expansion. This is down around 1%. Around 4% would be $60,000. 7 to 8%, around $58,000 roughly. And then if we were going to do the 10% one, that's at around $56,000-ish. Okie dokie. 2-day. 2-day still flipped down. Volatility at many periods is 0%, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 64,350. 5-day also. 5-day still currently flipped up with bullish divergence, very close to invalidating the bullish divergence though, and you're going to be up as long as you're closing over $60,500. And on this next open, you're going to be at the edge of the bearish control zone, with the pivot probably goes up. Weekly currently flipped up, and it's but close to flipping back down, and this will flip back down if you close below $62,900, which we are slightly below right now. And if weekly does flip down here, this is going to come along with the weekly losing the 200 SMA. The last time that you lost the 200, I believe you were still flipped up in this region here. Yeah, when you lost it here, it was still flipped up. So that's so then you didn't see any further continuation. Now it's about to flip back down, but along with that loss, like, you're going to give you some strong busting, or I mean not busting, dumping action to at least test somewhere into this 58-ish region. But I do think it's going to end up making a lower low off of that, and that's going to bring you to your like 54,000 zone, 56,000 zone. Okie dokie. And what else? Here, 2-week also still flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 52,550. We're very close to that number, but the probabilities are that you're likely going to, since it's already flipped down, that you're going to close below that number. You got about 2 days eternity in cryptocurrency land. Monthly is now flipped red. Monthly is still flipped down with volatility firing off, and monthly is still going to remain down as long as you're closing below $65,750. And this monthly volatility setup next brings us towards the monthly 100, which is around that $49,000 number. And quarterly still flipped down. This pivot went up significantly from 101 to 113, and this is going to remain down as long as you're closing below $113,250. So now on the low time frames, we do have to watch for these volatility setups that are appearing. On the medium term ones, they haven't fired off yet. Like the daily hasn't fired yet, but very close. The 2-day hasn't fired off yet either, but they're all poised to the downside. And then if you go lower, like the 12-hour and below, they've already started firing off to the downside. 12-hour and 8-hour do have fresh silver crosses to the downside, and they are firing volatility off to the downside. Once you start breaking 62,200, even testing 62,200, this is likely going to start accelerating, probably where you get your liquidation cascade, and that brings you down towards somewhere around $60,000 for a slight bounce. Maybe you see a bounce in the 61s as well, but probably not going to be big bounces, and then that brings you into the 50s, where now you probably see a bigger bounce towards somewhere around like maybe 56,000 to 54,000, somewhere in that region, and that's where you probably see your bigger bounce, and then that bounce probably does fail because the most bearish setup right now currently is on the 6 month with 3 drives of bearish divergence, and that would currently target your 6 month 21 around 43 to 44,000, but that will rise with every single close. And right now you do have your next target around that 49,000 based off of that monthly 100 EMA. We have yet to see if it's going to go below that area or not, because the 6 month 21 is going to continue to rise. So the longer it takes to hit it, the higher that target will be, and then it will line up with that monthly 100, which is around that 48,000-ish level. But we can go slightly below the monthly 100, which we did off of FTX, a little bit below it. So that's that area. Anywhere around that area would be fair game, around that 44 to like $48,000 region. But right now, we do want to see 63.5 continue to be resistance. I'm not sure if you're going to retest it or not. If you do retest it, just another opportunity to short more or add to the short. Or if you're not already short, maybe you could short it there. And from there, you should see if you even get a retest of 63.5. That's not sure about that. But if you do, from there you should see your extension into like the 60,000 to 61 area for a slight bounce, and then into the 50s.
Perfecto. Thank you, boys. You also have a daily regular head and shoulders on your daily chart, right? So this should be, you can count it from here. And that's a target of $58,000.
MashaAllah.
Plus this breakdown.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. 58 grand would be next.
Mazel tov.
Yeah. I'm just gonna answer because I'm short on this SpaceX trade, which was the easiest short in the universe.
Yeah, that was beautiful, honestly. Right up to that 148.
It was perfect. All righty. Thank you, boys. Next would be 1 second. Where CLBT. CLBT for investing, and then XAUUSD, which is gold for a trade.
I can do CLBT.
I'll be telling you that again, Farhan.
Which one am I doing?
Gold.
XAUUSD. Unless you said something else, Alex.
No. I'll do the BLT sandwich.
Excellent. I also thought about that when I saw it. Thank you. Perfect. Rápido para responder un par de preguntas antes de pasarles el análisis de Bitcoin. Estoy en el trade de SpaceX y está saliendo perfecto. Este es uno de los trades más pendejos que hemos tenido en toda la historia, de los más fáciles de ver, y en realidad lo jugó a la perfección. La invalidación estaba acá en los 153. Simplemente llegó a los 149 y se dio la vuelta casi a los 150. ¿Por qué? Esto es análisis técnico puro y duro, señores. Cuando tienes una ruptura de una zona que fue soporte, tienes que retestearla para continuar cayendo y hacer un nuevo mínimo. ¿Sigo en el short? Sí. Mi plan con este corto, porque no le puse, no me aloqué con la cantidad de dinero, lo voy a dejar correr a ver si hago un nuevo mínimo, porque ahí me llevaría, ya ahorita creo que estoy estaba en la última vez que chequé, estaba en 147, fue mi última, o sea, mi entrada promedio de acá. Estoy, 6%. multiplícalo por 2, 6 por... nada mal, 120x, o sea, 120% de vuelta, pero quiero ver qué pasa si lo podemos llevar. Ahora, este es mi trade, ¿no? Para abajo, y eso sería un mega trade. Para ustedes, si entraron acá, primera zona para deshacerte de él es justamente donde estamos, que ya deberías de tener buenas ganancias. Segunda idea sería esta zona de los 134. Y la tercera, los 130. Una vez que caigas de acá, básicamente te garantiza mínimo venir a los 112. Es como yo lo veo. Entonces, ahí tienen eso. Me preguntaron del peso dólar. Esto a mí lo que acabo de hacer, porque lo he estado viendo por el yen, simplemente cambié los pesos que tenía por dólares, pero en full disclosure, todo ese dinero que he cambiado por dólares lo he metido en mis apuestas de la bolsa. Entonces, para mí, simplemente estos pesos, en vez de convertirlos a dólares, se convierten en dólares en apuesta. Pero esta es una muy buena zona para acumular dólares si estás en pesos. ¿Por qué? Y esto es lo que les había enseñado. Es clave. La fórmula más fácil. MXN. La fórmula más fácil para ver si la bolsa va a caer y tienes el yen y la chingada, recuerden que es esto. Esta fue la caída del yen, esta fue la recuperación de la bolsa, esta fue la caída de los aranceles y todo esto ha sido la recuperación con pocas caídas que han visto junto con esta y es por eso que la bolsa está rompiéndola de nuevo y va para arriba. Una vez que rompas esto y te lleves estos máximos, ahí es donde estarías ya en territorio de ver dónde habría otra corrección en la bolsa. Es mi punto de vista. A menos de que esta zona te rechace y vayas para abajo, pero ahorita yendo para arriba es muy alcista para la bolsa, es bajista para el dólar y esto pone en una situación económicamente de la verga a todo el mundo, porque esto hace que, por ejemplo, el dólar en México, en Colombia, en todos los lugares donde mucha gente gana dinero en dólares, sus márgenes se van a la mierda y la inflación de su propio país se los está comiendo. ¿Cuánto tiempo va a durar esto? Es imposible saber. Los confundo más diciendo, ¿va a pasar lo que les estoy diciendo? Sí. ¿Cuándo? No tengo ni puta idea. Ahí la voy a dejar. ¿Por qué? El plan simplemente es sencillo. Cada que tienes dólares o pesos en esta zona, ¿no? Si tienes la capacidad de convertirlos en dólares, los conviertes en dólares. Porque va a haber el punto donde tengas el despegue. ¿Cuándo va a llegar? Para mí es imposible decirte eso cuándo lo van a dejar querer, ¿no? Porque sería, si Michael Berry tuvo que aguantar su corto por 2 años cuando algo es muy obvio, es básicamente lo que está ocurriendo aquí. Algo es muy obvio, pero hay algo que está pasando que no deja que reviente el dólar y también tienen que pretender, ¿no? Este juego pendejo de que van a subir los intereses, que por cierto, tal cual está jugando como en el 2006. Entonces, y acá, ¿no? El 2023 fue el tope de los intereses, todavía ni siquiera pasas el tope del 2025, de enero del 2025. No, no hay nada que reportar. Lo que va a pasar es lo que va a pasar, ¿no? Lo que personalmente creo que va a pasar es lo que tiene más sentido y sobre todo sabiendo que tienen que bajar los intereses una vez que entre en vigor lo de las monedas estables. Entonces, simplemente es cosa de dejar que el mercado haga lo que tiene que hacer y yo creo que la parte más fácil de todo esto, para no confundirlos, es ¿qué es lo que estamos tradeando? Simplemente narrativas con precios. Entonces, vemos que la bolsa va a caer cuando nos dicen que va a continuar subiendo como loca, como lo hicimos en el 2024, como lo hicimos a principios del 2025, como lo hicimos a principios del 2026. Nos salimos y después después compramos cuando todo el mundo está de no, ya va a ser la caída grande y que sale Donald Trump y te dice que va a haber una gran recesión. Compras y aguantas y holde y a la verga, güey. Es todo lo que podemos hacer hasta la choncha. La choncha tiene que venir con la caída choncha tiene que venir con todos ustedes pensando que la bolsa nunca va a caer. Así como los convencieron a todos ustedes de que iban a subir los intereses y ahorita ya de alguna forma los están convenciendo de que tal vez no, eso tiene que pasar en todos ustedes. Todos ustedes tienen que dudar y decir que estoy equivocado, que el mercado nunca va a caer, y ahí es donde personalmente sabré que esa va a ser la choncha. Por ahorita simplemente seguimos mismo plan, mismo todo, nada ha cambiado básicamente, en mi punto de vista. La cosa es no intentar adivinar cuál va a ser la caída grandota, simplemente continuar comprando ante debilidad, vendiendo ante fortaleza y seguimos haciendo un chingo de lana así. ¿Qué más te da si es la caída grande o no? ¿No? Simplemente seguir esperando. Y lo mismo va con las monedas, con tu dólar, con tu peso, con tu yen, con tu todo. Es cosa de esperar. No hay manera de predecir eso, ¿no? Ahora, con Bitcoin es más fácil que todo. Continuamos en este pendejo rango de mierda. Seguimos buscando que Bitcoin nos dé la caída para después. Bueno, para ya por fin decir, ok, vámonos para arriba, pero continúa con estas mamadas en el rango, jugando a todo el mundo y dándole de comer a tole a todos con el dedo. Por ahora empieza a mostrar más debilidad. Tenemos todos esos cortos que mandaron y desde la última vez que les dijimos, lo que estamos viendo en la diaria es simplemente lo siguiente. Pueden ver que tenías esta línea de soporte que estás rompiendo, retesteas, continúas cayendo. Lo que habíamos dicho antes y lo que se nos puede perder un poco en la idea era desde el principio que esto podría estar haciendo un hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso, ¿no? Pero este hombro lo puede hacer hasta acá abajo. Y eso es para mí lo que más tiene posibilidad en este momento de jugar. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes este hombro, cabeza, hombro a la baja. Acá, dame un segundito. Es hombro, cabeza, hombro. Y el objetivo de este hombro, cabeza, hombro es vas a agarrar el tope de esto, juntarlo acá con, básicamente, voy a ponerlo con este nivel simplemente porque son los cierres, y tenerlo aquí, y ese objetivo está aquí, como mínimo a los 58,600. Entonces lo que estamos ahorita esperando a que sea el movimiento, después de haber visto también que teníamos nuestra luna bajista, ¿no? Acá que nos avisó que ya habíamos visto el tope local, continúa tal cual como acá nos dijo que era el fondo local. Aunque tengo que decir, esta luna estuvo un poco pitera, tal cual como esta. Normalmente las bajistas te da el bajón después, unos pocos días después. Normalmente las lunas de tope sí te dan los topes tal cual. ¿No? De aquí a acá, no vayas a medir más. Y este movimiento ya te lo está dando acá. Es lo que habíamos visto acá. La idea de Alex y Farren sigue siendo la misma, de que vamos a caer a los 58, básicamente. Bueno, había puesto esto a esta zona. Una vez que caigamos acá, deberías de ver un rebote y este rebote te puede llevar a donde quieras, ¿no? Ya lo veremos con los indicadores y de ahí simplemente continuar cayendo a la zona de 44 a 48, tal cual, como ellos lo han visto. Personalmente, yo, y de nuevo, yo no soy ellos son mucho mejores traders que yo simplemente veo esto cayendo a esos 53, si eso es a lo que me estoy moviendo. Y esto es donde es muy importante tener tu punto de vista bien firme, ¿no? Si tú crees si tú estás en el camp, no es creer, en el camp que vamos entre 48 y 44, quédate con eso. Si tú crees que estamos en el camp de que esto puede llegar a los 53, 54, quédate con eso. Te voy a decir por qué. Porque si estás en este camp, ¿no? De acá, de que vamos a caer acá, ahorita, si compraste, porque me imagino compraste los proxies que tenemos, ¿no? O sea, Circle, Coinbase, etcétera. O Strategy o Ethereum, lo que quieras. Si caemos hasta acá, en los 54, ahorita, cuando estás viendo esto caer, probablemente pensaste, güey, voy a vender ahorita y voy a comprar. Ahora que ya está cayendo, creo que sí va y cambias de opinión, va a caer hasta acá. Imagínate, ¿no? Y esto simplemente no hace eso. Te voy a dar el peor ejemplo, ¿no? Y ahí rebota. Pues te quedaste sin posición. Si esperas a que caigas acá como para acabar de colocar, ¿no? Aquí acabas de promediar y esto rebota y se va, te salió perfecta la jugada. Si te saliste ahorita en pérdidas y cambiaste tu idea de que viene para acá, la única manera en la que vas a estar correcto es si viene acá. Entonces, flip-flopear te puede joder. Si desde el principio estabas de acuerdo que esto va a venir para acá, no tienes por qué estar comprando nada acá. Simplemente tienes que esperar a empezar a promediar por acá en los 50 hasta los 44 o 48. Si no, estás perdiendo tu tiempo. Y ahora, si eres como yo, ponte tú, estás en el campo de que no va a caer tanto. Y esto cae, hace esto y caemos a los 53 y aquí nos quedamos, ¿no? Digo, y no nos quedamos acá y cae más. A mí personalmente me da igual. O sea, ya mi promedio no va a ser el más boom de todos, pero no me importa, porque a fin de cuentas, de aquí para arriba o de aquí para arriba no va a ser, no va a hacerme gran diferencia en lo que yo estoy viendo, en los proxies que yo estoy viendo. Entonces, a mí no me va a espantar y además, sabemos si estamos invirtiendo y están escuchando todos desde el principio, tienen contingencia. Si llega a caer más, puedes usar ya toda tu contingencia ahí abajo, ¿no? Eso siempre es la idea. Pero tener un plan es lo mejor que puedes hacer. No cambiar tu plan y irte con el miedo, eso es lo que te saca. Lo que no quiero es que a ustedes les hagan esto, cambien de idea y esto se vaya así y no llegaste acá y nunca metiste nada y te saliste acá a pérdidas. No tendría sentido alguno. No pasa nada, estás invirtiendo a largo plazo, ese era tu plan desde el principio, si estás copiando esto. Y si no, pues, tío, no te van a salir bien las cosas si sigues con esto. Bitcoin sigue en la misma, en la misma posición, simplemente un poco de lo que yo les había dicho, y esto es algo interesante también a mi punto de verlo. Tienes el bajón hasta acá de junio, no te da ni siquiera un movimiento. ¿De cuánto fue esto? De 15%. Estos movimientos ya, este es un poco comparable con lo que vimos el ciclo pasado. Este no. Y también la caída que ahorita estemos esperando, ¿no? Ya que directamente es agosto, nos vayamos acá y caigamos y hagamos un nuevo mínimo. Vamos a ver cuándo fue la otra vez que formamos un fondo en junio y en agosto caímos más. Vamos a ver rápido los ciclos del 2022. ¿Por qué? Aquí caemos en junio, ¿no? Y el fondo fue en noviembre. Entonces, no te llevaste este mínimo, tuviste la caída de agosto que te llevó cerca de los mínimos, ¿no? Relativamente hablando. Tuviste hasta este mínimo que te llevó, ve lo cerca que quedaste, ¿no? De aquí, acá, pero sigue siendo un bajo más alto. Entonces, si estás en este camp, me cuesta trabajo pensar que ahorita, y esto lo digo por si estás en corto, tal vez no querer comerte todo el pastel, ¿no? Del corto. Vamos a ver en el 2020, el 2018, tienes el bajo de junio, tienes el bajón de agosto, ¿no? Que te lleva una vez, otra vez. Perdón, no lo tocó ahí, es aquí. Ve lo cerca que quedó de los fondos, del mínimo. No te lo dio, ¿no? ¿Cuándo te dio el mínimo? En noviembre. Igualito que el 2022. Entonces, si estás en el campo, sea cualquier campo, y esto lo digo porque estás tradeándolo, no porque para invertir. Si estás haciendo un trade y aquí quieres, güey, de aquí me voy a ir a los 58, no a los 44, a los 45, a los 53. Yo personalmente, estos cortos que estás acumulando ahorita y estás esperando que tenga el mismo movimiento de agosto, personalmente, y esto es personal, este es un excelente lugar para salirte. En los 59. Sería mi punto de vista. Lo que a la gente alcista, que se vería muy mal ahorita, pero a fin de cuentas sería más alcista. Lo más alcista que podría pasar en este momento es que caigamos y hagas un nuevo mínimo ahorita, porque esto nunca ha pasado. Hasta normalmente octubre, noviembre de estos años. ¿Qué querría decir esto? Que uno, el ciclo va más adelantado de lo normal. O dos, que probablemente vas a ver algo que nunca has visto a la baja en Bitcoin. Pero ahí me cuesta trabajo pensar que ese sería el caso. Yo creo que está siguiendo al pie de la letra esto. Obviamente, cuando tienes un movimiento bajista en esta zona, todo el mundo se va a apostar a que va a continuar bajando y es parte de la trampa, ¿no? De poder construir estos bajos más altos como lo ha hecho. Y ya, si en realidad pasa lo que te estoy diciendo ahorita, lo de que aquí caiga y te haga esto, y no haga un nuevo mínimo, lo que deberías de estar esperando es por ahí de octubre, septiembre, octubre, el nuevo mínimo. Y ahí es donde lo va a marcar. Antes de eso, no. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tendrías ahorita? Ahorita tienes la oportunidad de tradear de un buen movimiento que Alex lleva chingue y jode que va a bajar desde los 65 y ha estado perfectamente en lo correcto aquí. Se tardó un chingo, pero ya le está dando el movimiento. Y ahora, esto es parte de lo que está haciendo esto para sacar a todo el mundo, ¿ok? Esto debería de caer acá, quedarse más o menos por acá, tal vez subir de vuelta a los 63, 64, y ahí en septiembre, octubre, noviembre, darte el siguiente bajón a la zona que tú quieras, ¿ok? 54, 55, 44, lo que tú quieras. Si ahorita te hace el nuevo mínimo, algo es diferente. Que a mi gusto, algo ya es diferente porque no tuviste el pompazo que te da en junio, julio, normalmente esto. Y la otra cosa que es diferente para mí es esta consolidación a la baja. Estás consolidando para abajo, por más que parezca esto que es alcista, Nel. Vas para abajo. Esto es mínimo, con nuevos mínimos en todos lados. Nuevo mínimo, nuevo mínimo, nuevo mínimo. Estás consolidando a la baja. Y acá vean lo perfecto después de esto, el rechazo que te dio. Esto fue un SFP. Y ahora deberías de venir la media del canal aquí, que es donde te aguantó todo esto. Está en 54 ahorita, si llegaras a caer. Continúas y vienes a septiembre, está en 52. Continúas, vienes en octubre, está en 50. Continúas, vienes en noviembre, está en 48. ¿Ok? Y eso sería el objetivo final de ese movimiento. Entonces, ahorita es bastante sencillo. Lo único que tienes que hacer es ver corto plazo. Acá, ver todos los promedios aquí juntándose en hilerita. Rechazo esta zona. Te debería de llevar el movimiento medido a los 58. Aquí es donde debería de aguantar. Aquí es donde antes de los 58 puedes vender 59, 500, 59, etcétera. Antes de venir al fondo, por esta zona tú vas a escoger dónde vender este corto. Personalmente lo digo porque tienes más probabilidad de que no haga un nuevo mínimo ahorita hasta septiembre, octubre, noviembre. Y aquí es donde te meterías en un long simplemente por el rebote. Y ahí, pues ya, paso a paso, ¿no? Uno por uno. Pero ahorita tienes el corto puesto hecho derecho. Sobre todo lo ves en la de 12 horas. Tienes todos los putos promedios aquí, tío, y los estás perdiendo. ¿Cuáles son mis setups favoritos de caída? Estos. Igual que en la de 8 horas, tienes el S&P 200 acá rechazándote para venir a esta zona. Y la de 4 horas, lo mismo. Todos los promedios estaban juntitos aquí, más bien aquí. Y de ahí has estado cayendo. Volatilidad en temporalidades más altas, por ejemplo, creo que la diaria, todavía no tenemos nada exactamente. En la diaria no tienes nada. En la semanal está cayendo. 2 semanas está intentando hacer algo, pero sigues por debajo del promedio. La mensual se está dando la vuelta. Este fue el movimiento que te había dado a la baja. Vamos a tener un pendiente por acá con esta volatilidad. Ahora, estas son líneas de mamada, ¿eh? Sí, no hay nada ahí. Nada. Simplemente aquí poner atención a esto y recuerda que normalmente lo que nos marca fondos, pero muy atrasado, es esto. Una vez que lo ves darse la vuelta, ahí es donde viste el fondo, no tienes nada. Aquí literalmente simplemente continúa bajando y no hay nada que ha cambiado. Nada, nada, nada. Seguimos en el mismo puto desmadre, pero mínimo, lo más rico de todo es que nos está dando un movimiento ahorita. Y este movimiento debería darnos todavía más margen de ganancia en esta bajada y simplemente no caer en la trampa, personalmente que lo creo, de que no vas a hacer el mínimo ahorita. Entonces, si ves que estás cayendo el fin de semana, aguantar más o menos esta zona y probablemente por aquí vender long, pum, para eventualmente en octubre, noviembre caer. Es lo que, si va igualito que siempre, es lo que debería de hacer. ¿Ok? Perfecto. Vámonos a ver CLBT para inversión, si no estoy equivocado.
Nice. Let's check it out. CBLT. No, I'm just kidding. CLBT.
I actually fell for it.
What a crazy chart. Major weekly red dildo is occurring. So I see why someone would be wanting to maybe look at an investment. The issue is this chart is just, in my honest opinion, very tricky because you are really just invalidating any kind of like investment ideas, losing this SMA 200 and specifically falling under your weekly 9. You can see your weekly 9's really just been guiding this really chart up, just like it guided it down in the beginning back in 2020 when it came out. You started to move down off your moving averages just like you're moving up. But here you're just entirely invalidating everything, going into the abyss. And in my opinion, to answer the question, you should just be looking at this low at $8.60. Why? Because what we saw was rejections at 11.30 took you down to around $10. And if that didn't hold, you did just make a straight away move down to around the 850 to 860 mark. So you can see here that the $13 region tried to hold. You're losing that now in one candle. If you end up closing under that $11 mark, $10.30 region, you absolutely then could move down to 850. And you can see that's kind of the low at this point. The issue is when you go on the daily, you're just retesting what was massive support, possibly flipped into resistance now. So if you even go to the monthly, it becomes tricky because the monthly is even telling you after a lower low break, it's just not wise to be investing at this point unless maybe you're getting an extremely low, extremity low here at 860. If you see here, look how well 860 was resistance the entire way down in 2022. And look what occurred when it got reclaimed and you made that busting action move. So far, it seems like you're just trying to retest that zone. On this monthly low, you went all the way down to $9.58. So I would just be very keen to being patient on this chart. Watch $8.60. And really, the only way you can be an investor before $8.60 is if this weekly SMA 200 continues to hold. So you got to wait for this week to close, 4 hours. Doesn't seem like it is going to hold. That in itself could lead to a massive bounce, rejection off of it, leading to 860. I would be paying fully attention to this breakout here. You actually haven't gotten a throwback, and that actually could provide bulls a nice spot to maybe move up and or form a big range. Could be something like this, and it's just a range bound. So long as you hold though 860, I'm not really seeing a move down to $6. Understand though, if you lose 860, that is when this price action can occur. That is literally what took price all the way down to $3. So not the best chart in all honesty. I would not even be looking at this anymore after this weekly closes. But right, we're here for investment. We want to make
your volatility setups to the downside too, dude. On the monthly, on the weekly, just looking at your chart.
Yeah, the issue is it never gave you a setup, technically.
Yeah, but it's expansion from the average.
Yeah, which is true.
With it down.
And now it's breaking above 50% and moving up. which kind of plays into the idea, which is a good point actually, because it plays into the idea that still can move down like more, even if it bounces.
Look at that.
The monthly is nice though. The monthly is actually very nice because this is actually the lowest it's ever been. Now back above the moving average since the loss in February. So like that's kind of why like this is not a good chart. If you must be an investor, look at least the extremity low at 860. And only way to flip flop is if you get that $12.50 reclaim right into like that weekly SMA 200, $12.69, we'll call it. Until then, yeah, this chart is with bears, and really, I mean, you can just easily make a case to maybe shorting at the 1260, targeting $8 as long as you don't reclaim 13. This is going to move down to 860. Anything else 2-day at extremes, and even you were getting the SR on the 2-day, just plays into the idea like this wick low is good bounce, but are we getting any kind of indication this is like a bottom? No. And remember, you were always expecting this to get retested. So that's just is what occurring. Yeah, you're about to get a daily silver cross down. Hasn't though. Hasn't not. It's just setting up for it. You have the 9 cross under the 21. You see that 21 across that 55 there. And then that could play into the idea on like why maybe you might rally up to like 12, maybe $13 into next week. But that's going to be a trap that's probably going to take this region, take this stock to at least the $8.60 region. So in all honesty, you're an investor above the weekly SMA 200. Not right now. This isn't lower low break. This is like in free fall. And you don't want to be the dip. You don't want to buy the dip that keeps dipping of the dip of the dip of the dip. Using everything you can, buying the wrong dip. In all honesty, you do have somewhat of an SFP reclaim here. You never got a throwback, and we do know that this 860 was a major rejection zone in 2021 before dumping to $3. So I would just be paying fully attention to that 860 region. You must be an investor here, and you should just be looking for massive consolidation before a major move up. But understand, like, if that did end up getting a bounce, you could even bounce all the way up to $15, and this still could be producing bearish price structure. Now, maybe not all the way, yeah, $15, as long as you don't take out $17, this literally could form some kind of lower high all the way up after hitting that 860. So hopefully that made sense. Still in a major downtrend, and investors are looking for like a spring move. Maybe you can get like an 80%, maybe 2x here. But like for this to go back up to 28, 20, $26 essentially, yeah, that's going to be a very hard thing for CLBT at this current point. It's trending near like a dead chart. Honestly, it's not looking good. Dead chart because like there's really just no idea. It was good. It was looking constructive here too, like above that $13. Really could make the argument for maybe higher. But yeah, that's why I still stand on like conservative traders are just waiting for a weekly SMA 200. That'll be at least confirmation of maybe some good buys. That strength you see each time you reclaimed it did lead to nice moves up. It's just more, is it still macro lower highing? And it is. So be fully aware 860 is where you should start bidding. You're watching for that to give you a bounce. And as long as you're not taking out July's monthly high, this isn't a macro downtrend, so it can literally bounce 80%, still form a lower high, and then dump. So not a good chart at all. And if you must invest, just buy $8.60. And as we just saw in the monthly volatility, it is like in a dynamic that we've never seen before. So volatility could just be getting started, which is exactly why if you do get that $12 retest of the weekly SMA 200, maybe consider punting a short there as like a hedge against your investment. People do that with these weak stocks, and then you can make some money on the short, preparing for the long around $8.
Thank you, senor. Now for you, Cardano for a trade.
Let's go. Okay, cool.
Esta es una de esas tablas difíciles de saber cuando vas en plena caída, porque sobre todo, puedes verlo, estoy en una tabla semanal, claramente estás en un canal bajista, ¿no? No tienes que ser un genio para poder ver esto. El problema de esto, puedes ver, aquí cuando hiciste tope en el 2021, No regresaste por encima de esta zona hasta el 2024. Te tomó 3 años, carnal, poder hacer eso. Una vez que regresaste y retomaste esta zona, pudiste reventar, hiciste tu máximo histórico. Bien, estás por debajo del del S&P 200 semanal. Normalmente debajo del S&P 200 semanal para algo que continúe subiendo va a ser bueno. La pregunta es cómo verga sabes que va a continuar subiendo siempre que vienes acá. Pero vamos a analizar solamente técnicamente lo que estamos viendo, ¿no? Porque es lo único que podemos hacer. Estás viendo esta caída que está apoyada de volatilidad expandiendo en la semanal de justamente la media para arriba, en lo que vas cayendo. Pero eso no es lo más preocupante. Lo más preocupante es este setup de volatilidad mensual que viene del punto más bajo de la tabla por encima del promedio y está apuntando para arriba con muchísima fuerza en lo que estás cayendo. Esto lo hace que se vea demasiado bajista. Aquí, a lo que yo iría con esto es, en la mensual no tienes nada que te salve. En la semanal sí, pero la semanal tienes que rogarle a Alá que básicamente este mínimo de acá aguante. Es más, no, este mínimo de acá, porque estás haciendo un bajo más bajo. Siempre y cuando aguantes este mínimo o estos mínimos, podrías pintar una divergencia alcista. Ahora tienes un problema enorme. Para poder decir que es una divergencia alcista, vas a tener que cerrar por encima, vas a tener que marcar esto como un, ¿cómo se dice? Como un fondo y vas a tener que cerrar por encima de 17. Entonces tienes dos sopas por acá, no sopes, sopas. Uno, ponerte exquisito y puedes notar la zona de los 8,15 centavos acá, que es esto, el rechazo acá, todos estos rechazos, lo que volviste soporte y reventó para arriba, lo más cerca que puedas de esta zona. Pero lo que yo diría que tiene que ocurrir si vienes acá es voltear a ver tu RSI a ver dónde está. Porque si esto continúa expandiendo, no hay nada que te diga que no puedes perder esta zona también para abajo. Eso sería ser más agresivo. La segunda, empezar a cerrar velas por encima del S&P 200 y simplemente comprar el S&P 200. Esa sería la más conservadora, porque eso te podría ayudar. Y ahora, ¿dónde lo sacarías? Con este mínimo de acá. Está bastante lejos, aunque no parezca. Ve. Y por eso está haciendo esta gatada. Entonces, la idea es por encima de los 12.67, que es tu S&P 200 semanal, cerrando por ahí. Y yo diría que mínimo que con una vela te lleves este máximo. Porque lo único que has estado haciendo es pintando bajos más altos más bajos todo este tiempo. Estás en un claro canal aquí. Lo puedes ver. Tendrías que llevarte este alto para salirte del canal y continuar a la alza. Entonces, el retesteo del S&P 200 o el retesteo de los 13 es lo que te debería dar para ser más conservador. Si quieres ser muy agresivo, los 8.15. ¿Dónde te sales de los 8.15? Ahí está cabrón, esa es la cosa. Yo me saldría abajo de los 7.75. Y ahora eso también va a ser agresivón, porque ya con estos números haciéndose más chiquitos, mínimo es un 5%. Entonces la decisión es tuya de ver esto y checa tu volatilidad en la semanal y en la mensual a que cambie. All right, Mr. Farhana, we're ready for a trade in gold.
Alrighty. Gold time. Shiny rock. All right. Gold still flipped up on the weekly. Volatility is still in contraction, but close to going into expansion. And you got a buy signal here within the bearish control zone. And this is going along with putting in some possibility of hidden bearish divergence because you have taken out this previous high while price did make a lower high. And so far, you are getting a rejection from the 78.6%, which is at 44.53. And I know this is for a short-term investment. I'm just going to go into the long high time frame for a second. For the point, the point of doing this is that I still do think that the macro top is in on gold, especially based off of how this last 6-month candle closed. This is one hell of a topping candle, massive, massive, massive shooting star dildo. Doesn't mean you won't get any fuckery in between, but I do think for the overall picture that the top is in. Now you go down to the weekly. That comes along with the weekly rejection of the 78.6%. You have gotten over the 21, and it is very difficult to confirm your divergences as of now. But go back to the weekly hidden bearish divergence. It's going to require a close below around 30, about 4,000 basically. But as you go on, it's going to be easier and easier to confirm. And it's the 5-day. 5 days is already starting to look a little toppy here, although you do have a long time before this closes. 5 days also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence. If it closes like this on this next candle, you're only going to have to close below 43.11 to confirm that divergence, the hidden bearish divergence. You just want to close below the 78.6, which is at 43.92. Then you see a nice little pullback into the 38.2% at around 4,200, and at that point it will be very easy to confirm this hidden bearish divergence. 2 days are also looking very toppy here. Just want to see a close below 43.56, and you'll likely see a pullback to like 41.50. Daily is close to silver crossing. It is currently flipped down on momentum, and volatility is contracting, and you're losing the buy signal on the jewel. I do think as long as you are trading below 44.50 that you are going to see a pullback into somewhere around like 42s. And you're also putting hidden bearish divergence on the daily. 4 hour currently still flipped up, making its way back into the 38.2%. I guess the more short-term trade here would be a short at this top 38.2%, around like 44.20, and then you'd have your stop at this your last rejection high on the 4 hour. That would be how much risk? 0.65% against you. Okie dokie, and then go into the weekly. Actually, go into the daily. And 6.5 against you, and then you're looking for the daily 100. Okay, let's see how much that is. 20. And daily 100 is 2.15%, so that's already more than 3 to 1. And then if this does end up being that breakdown, the macro lower high, your next move is going to be somewhere around that 42s at a minimum, and that's like 4.6% in your favor versus 0.6 against you. And if you completely get your breakdown, retesting your current lows at 10%, not bad. But let's look at the RSI. Quarterly's got a local top confirmed. This gives you a move into your simple moving average at around 39. Monthly's got a local bottom so far, but this will confirm as a local bottom if you close over 42.02. And you got a God mode sell signal here on the jewel with the pink below yellow cross. Very bearish. 2 week is close to putting in hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over 42.02, and this gives you a move into around 4,800, 4,900 on confirmation. We'll see if this does get confirmed. Actually, I think I'm gonna switch that trade. That's short. Daily currently also has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. That gives you the first target of the bearish control zone, which you've broken out of, which is at 43, or actually it's about 43.96, close to 4,400. And then the next target, if you can get a closure over 4,400 on a weekly basis, it brings you to 4,700. Actually, maybe no. 5-day putting in that possibility of hidden bearish divergence. Okay. 2-day also putting in hidden bearish divergence. It will confirm with any close below 43.56. That will give you a move into around 4,100. Daily also has fresh hidden bearish divergence, multiple drives. This will be active as long as you're closing below 44.08, and this is going to give you a target towards 42s. Let's go back into the weekly for a second. Okay. 12 hours about to put in the first drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with an closure over 43.65, and this will take you into about 46.30. Yeah, that was already confirmed. It gives you a target of 44.40. 4 hours also confirmed it, gives you a target of about 4,500, which will update in 53 minutes. Actually, I'm gonna move that entry from 44.40 to around 47s. Let me go back into weekly 47.15. Okay, go into the 2-week. Okay. So I'm gonna adjust that entry into 47.50, right around this breakdown zone here, and the stop is gonna be at this previous high. So from 47.50, that is around 3% against you, and this is betting on this being the next major macro high. I mean, macro lower high before you get your next lower low. But you're not gonna. This isn't gonna be your TP all the way down here. I do think that somewhere around your 9 is gonna be your first spot, which is at 9%, and then your current lows at around 16%, and then aiming for this overall target, this 55 EMA, which is around 37. That's around 20ish, 21%. Despite these green dildos, I do think that the macro top is still in and going to be very fuckery in between here, and it's going to take a long time to play out. But I do think the macro top is in. Any move into somewhere around 47 to 4,800, closing in on 5,000 is a short, and I do think that this last macro high at 4,900 isn't going to get taken out, or it shouldn't get taken out for this idea to be true. And from there, going to continue slowly trending down towards somewhere around that 4,700. But the idea is the short somewhere around 4,750, stop loss at 48.92, and from there you're going to be targeting around 43s, and then about 4,000, and then 37s.
Beautiful. Let's go see Cardano. I got my chair in the corner. I'm ready to talk about it. It's a beautiful, beautiful chart. We even posted a nice short trade on this one. I was seeing, actually, hashtag Jesse was the one I'm seeing on my timeline, only talking about Cardano. And so when we were going into that 65K region, to me, I understood most likely if Bitcoin rolls over, the rally's probably going to stop on Cardano. Luckily for us here, you did see that it actually just rallied right up to the monthly 5, similar to May, which was the last major spot that we found rejection. That was exactly my explanation for that 21-cent short. Now it's moved down as price has moved down, but still not a bad short. And where are we currently? Well, Cardano's it's at the last stand. I mean, this is as bad as it could get. I remember when they added Cardano to, what was it, that basket of altcoins the government was, their ship bag or something, their crypto reserve. And that was kind of like the last major move up Cardano had before it started actually just being in massive distribution and then selling off. You see in the midst of that move up, someone here was just massively selling Cardano and left all of you at the bag, unfortunately. Now making a brand new low. This was always the concern. Whenever you get into a cycle and you don't break your previous cycle high, that's always a major concern for any chart, specifically an altcoin. Generally means it's a dead chart. So Cardano was no exception here, could not break its high. It only went up to around $1.30 before actually finding some kind of major top. Now it's trading at 18 cents. Absolutely insane, actually. I mean, really can't believe how much Cardano is sold off. Let me go to a different chart here so we can see. Yeah, wow. It's like it enters into a multi-month, multi-year chop zone, gets one leg up, and then breaks down. Almost exactly what happened here in 2020, where it just absolutely fizzled right back to the lows. So let's go back to the chart and actually look. I think this was for a trade. So let me go back, get the bigger perspective on Cardano. Really is looking terrible. I mean, now you can just simply draw a line at the all-time low. And as long as you're under that low on Cardano, you are massively bearish on Cardano. Cardano is most likely forming a monthly lower high. Only way to get bullish on Cardano is if it absolutely gets back above 23 cents, because then it can maybe potentially take out its monthly lower high. Until then, this is gearing up for at minimum a move down to 15 cents. I am looking at that as a reclaim, maybe a range forming 21 cents, 15 cents. That's kind of the explanation for the overall trade that I gave. This is not an investment zone. There's nowhere to invest on Cardano here until you're back above 23 cents. You can see here, 23 cents was a good footing ground in 2023. Now it's actually the opposite's occurring. What was support is now actually flipping into resistance, which is a damning sign for any chart, but specifically an altcoin like Cardano with a weak crypto market. Now, if you're looking for a new trade, just to hit both points, I'm unsure if this is an investment or trade. Really, Cardano is giving you a trade setup maybe into tomorrow, tonight, and that's just playing the daily sell trigger. Now, understand, you've been going literally down since you filled our short at 21 cents. So it would make sense to get some kind of bounce. Where could a bounce actually come? Well, I would be looking at maybe testing your daily 5. But if Cardano loses its daily 34, you're just simply watching 2 closures under the 34, which is going to spark the move down to 15 cents. Let me see here. Yeah, the 34 is a pretty nice spot of rejection. You rejected it here and then also here. So it is a nice spot on Cardano on the daily, but you can notice that, like, if you are trading this now, which I know many are, we are at kind of like the last stand now. Like, so we've rejected so far 15% with no bounce, and we're now at the daily sell trigger spot. So if we really do start breaking this like 18-cent region, that'll be a whole short trade in itself. But remember what I mentioned, 2 closures will actually be key here for Cardano. Look at the 2-day as well. Literally was trying to SR this 21. And if it falls back under it, that could be really a base case on why we're going to make the next leg down. You saw it actually when we deviated the 2-day 21 here, rejected it, and that was the next major leg down on Cardano. We're now basically getting that same setup. Yeah, is there like anything else? Because it's like I can talk about maybe the weekly is looking good. Maybe it's trying to put in an uptrend here. But the really big issue about that is the 23-cent mark. The fact that you can't even get back or even around the 21, you haven't been able to the entire bear market, and this still isn't a weekly silver cross to the downside. You already had a deviation back in May, so you already know the weekly 9 definitely can get reclaimed, but it just can't get expansion from it. Is that what we're seeing now? It got reclaimed, but no expansion. Understand now, Cardano ends up taking out July 27's wick low. You are actually going to see a major breakdown. Potentially, yeah, you potentially might make a new low at 13 cents. I like that. You have that 15-cent top 38.2% zone. You fall back under there, you make a new low at 13 cents. You break the median, you go to 11 cents. So I say maybe a new low on Cardano around 11 to 13 cents is brewing if you take out 15 cents. Remember, the weekly kind of okay looking constructive, but now look at the biweekly. It's just like what we've been saying on crypto. What's really telling you that this is bullish? Like literally nothing. Actually, biweekly silver cross retest is capitulated price here. And now are we about to capitulate price here on the second silver cross retest for the only time in this bear market? You can see, okay, weekly is in a breakout, but biweekly is in a breakdown. So higher time frames are agreeing this is still very weak along with trend. So in all honesty, you're waiting for the daily sell trigger on Cardano. It could actually hit today. Once you get under the daily 34 at 18 cents, it's going to be the big sign that this is in breakdown. You just want to see 2 to 3 closures, can definitely lower high there. But then you should see a pretty major move down to 15 cents. Look at the last major move down to 15 cents. We can draw, honestly, a line here. Just take it from there. You can see. Let's take it from there, right? And so you can see every time you really close under 18 cents, you really do start aggressively moving down. At least you go down to 15 and some change. So 12%, 12%, 11%, 14%. You get the point, right? And so you could definitely start making that move. And so that's why on ETA, I might actually post another short if you are on there. But I will be needing just 2 to 3 closures with Bitcoin actually going under 62 too. So that's all I have on ADA. It looks absolutely weak. My only reasoning behind the short was just a monthly 5, which literally worked out perfectly. And I was only relating back to what happened in May, which was a literal perfect tap of the monthly 5 to a major capitulation. And it did not matter if Cardano bounced bigly, like it bounced 31%, it still ended up rejecting massively. So when I looked at this bounce up to the monthly 5 around 44%, I had to really be looking at that as kind of an opportunity zone. It even bounced a little higher actually at 21%, so 49%. There we go. So watch the daily sell trigger, watch 23 cents if you're a bull. And yeah, this looks like a terrible chart. I can maybe go to 88 Bitcoin if we want. If I have it, maybe we can see really fast. Oh God. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, Cardano is probably not going to be here for much longer, honestly. It's just as dead as it could be. Like it's dead. Taking out 2019 lows. You're now just testing that 2017 low.
What if everything that the people from XRP think is going to happen with XRP happens in Cardano?
Would be funny, honestly, because
it would be the most hilarious fucking thing in the universe, actually, that nothing goes up ever again except Cardano.
It's just like slowly fizzled down. I'm saying it's dead, and then doot. Honestly. Yeah, what a bad chart. And like you do have to wonder if it is who even knows, right? All I can say is, yeah, this isn't good. You have a biweekly deviation. So the idea is just hold this biweekly low. Maybe Cardano will move up on Cardano versus Bitcoin. The issue is it's just like still very obviously downtrending and holding it under the biweekly 9. So you know then if the biweekly 9 gets reclaimed and you continue to hold, then yeah, you definitely could start moving up towards these moving averages. Yeah, that's all I have on Cardano. just not good, honestly. And if you get back with 23 cents, yeah, I could definitely see a case where like you could buy this. And remember, we're only at 18 cents, so it absolutely could bounce to 23 cents, reclaim it. And if you get back above there, yeah, we could definitely talk about a range. That range alone could make a lot of money. And then if you get the breakout, yeah, I mean, this 23 cents was the footing ground before Cardano went all the way up to $1.30. So if we want to be bullish on Cardano, let's just get back with 23 cents. And then you could even justify buying it here, like for maybe like a nibble in the investment, maybe. But it just makes it very tricky to me because we just didn't take out the cycle high, which was a big defeat. I mean, that was like at $3. So
that'd be ballsy. That's like a minimum bet, right? Like you're basically gambling if you're buying this bullshit, even if you
100% though. Yeah. I mean, that basically though, yeah, if you do invest in Cardano at this point, or even if it gets back with 23 cents, even if you have like a range argument, it is just still a gamble because this is a dead chart and you never took out your previous cycle high. Only a few charts did, and that's strength. That's good. You don't really want to be looking at something like Cardano, looking at the all-time high, looking at where we're at and saying, if we go up to here, how much money will I make? It's a typical retail thing. We're all retail, but just typical altcoin trap that I even fell into back in like 2020, where a lot of these coins will never test the highs again.
I think it was harder back then because there was no real use for crypto at all. Like, whereas right now there is, and you can see where it's going.
Yeah, and that's true. Yeah, back then it was just more like you just had AVAX pop off, and then we were here buying. Or no, yeah, you just wanted the all-time high to get hit eventually. Never did for like an AVAX even in the cycle. Like a Matic too. I remember this one. It's called Polygram now.
Polygon.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, let's see. I honestly was bullish on Matic. I really thought it was going to do something.
Yeah, nothing at all.
Oh yeah, that's just the point. These coins just are not good when they don't break the cycle high. So for Cardano, watch 23 cents. I would not be buying this basically off your watch list unless you're shorting it. We just shorted 21 cents. It worked. So it's still literally playing into bear's hands. You want to be at all kind of bullish or even look for longs, just get back with 23 cents. You can make a range argument at minimum. But yeah, that's all I have on Cardano. I'm very shocked at how honestly terrible it looks. I thought maybe it'd look a little better, Charles maybe holding it up or something, but he probably just massively dumped on everyone. And now he's just never going to work again. Fuck off.
He doesn't do anything. That's my problem with it. Like, it's just like a Solana, for example, but Solana is the best one.
He dumped on everyone's heads when it was over $2.
So, yeah.
I'm sure. I mean, why the fuck would you hold it? And if you there's these fucking stupid people that release a coin, like a meme coin. They make 20 grand and then they dump it on everyone, and then they have to delete their Twitter and disappear from the world for 20 grand. Wouldn't you do it for billions of dollars?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's this popular guy on crypto Twitter who exit scammed for 30K and destroyed his reputation. And he was supposed to be like this millionaire trader.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, if people are willing to do it for 30 grand for $1 billion, or like, let's just pretend a couple $100 million, you can all fucking suck my nuts.
Yeah, really, honestly.
Yeah. I'll try in my Lamborghini.
That's right. You'll never see me again. That's why I can't rock pull people. I can't pull billions of dollars. One day, though. One day.
You can be smoking shisha with sheikhs in Saudi Arabia.
I can't do that again, sir. I'm too addicted. Actually, I've smoked hookah twice since I stopped, and I have no problem thinking about like getting back to it and smoking more, like being addicted. Like I'm good. The one that I'm not touching is weed.
I'm sure those Saudi sheikhs got that special shisha.
They do. They got the good.
The kind that you don't get addicted to.
Nah, they got the good. Everyone's fucking addicted to that shit. It's so good. The problem is how much free time I have. If I have like a regular job and I get a 9 to 5 and all that stuff, it wouldn't be a problem. But when I'm sitting at home all day after, like, it doesn't matter how much I work out and go on walks and go to the beach, there's plenty of downtime.
You're just smoking your hookah all day.
Yeah, dude. And then the worst thing was I put weed in it. So I was fucking stoned out of my fucking mind all day. My wife would just look at my eyes. It's like, your eyes are not pointing in the same direction.
Oh.
So yeah, and the reason why I'm not going back to weed or risking it is the quitting was it was the worst thing I've ever done in my life. So I'm not even close to touching it. And just repeating myself a little bit. Maybe you guys, if you ever quit weed, you won't experience what I did. But dude, I used to smoke so much weed and like high potency weed and all day. So I really paid the consequences. Never want to do that again.
Yeah, now that your dopamine receptors are somewhat becoming life again, no need to fuck it again.
Yeah, no, exactly. Now I get pleasure out of stupid things like life in general.
What a thought. Imagine getting pleasure out of life. Amazing.
That's disgusting, if you ask me. How boring and lame.
I wasn't planning on drinking tonight, but I can't let my boy Brad Pitt drink alone.
I don't know if you knew that, but I said I brought it back. A few months ago I said I'm going back to drinking, dude. I'm looking at all these fucking people saying, "Oh, I'm optimizing. I'm optimizing." If they're measuring their sleep all fucking night, and they're measuring like how much REM sleep they got, and they're measuring this and they're measuring that. Like, they're not having any joy whatsoever. And when I saw that everyone's doing that, I was like, I don't want to be a part of that fucking stupid ass bullshit. I'm going back to drinking. And I went back to drinking. And I even said on Twitter, I made my Courage GT pink. And everyone said I was a fucking idiot. Now everyone's like modifying their supercars, and Porsche opened a division for it, and everyone's buying pink cars. I bought an acid green 918 that was $2 million, and people told me that I was the stupidest motherfucker in the world. Shit sold for like 5 right now. And everyone's buying acid green cars. And now I get back to drinking, and then Brad Pitt goes back to drinking. Am I a trendsetter from my head to my sweater, or what?
Absolutely.
Of course. My God. And then someone is writing like fake stories about Brad Pitt drinking at Chili's. Like, who believes that? Like, who believes that Brad Pitt went to Chili's, dude? Who honestly? Who?
Because that's straight up retarded.
It doesn't matter how wasted and out of control drunk you are. You're Brad Pitt. You don't have to go to Chili's ever again in your fucking life. If people tell me to go to Chili's, unless it's an extreme situation, and I'm nobody and I don't have anything close to the money that Brad Pitt has, I never go to Chili's. The only time I go to Chili's is if I'm stuck in the airport in Mexico City. There is the Amex Lounge, which is, you might as well just eat shit out of the toilet or go get fucking bad service at the bathroom. Like, the service will be better. Yeah. Then there's a restaurant right next to that Chili's on the international airport, on the international terminal, which literally is the worst restaurant I've ever been to in my life. Hands down. Like, I'd rather just fist my own asshole than going back there. So I'd go to the Chili's and just get the fucking chicken tenders. That's the only time I'll go to that Chili's. But I'm pretty sure Brad Pitt can do better than that.
I'm sure Brad Pitt can have whatever he wants to eat, or whatever chef cook whatever he wants on the airplane.
100%. Not to mention, he travels private. So, right?
Yeah, so he's sitting with the common folk at Chili's with his sunglasses on, is what people think.
Yeah, I mean, how stupid do you need to be? I feel like the internet now has lost, forget about the plot. Like, it's now anyone just making up all the craziest things in the world. It started a few years ago, but now it's getting to the point where it's unbearable. Like, nothing is true anymore. And people don't care.
And then Conor McGregor said that he was going to break his sobriety in solidarity with with Brad Pitt.
That's another stupid thing. Yeah, like, are you kidding me? Like, who's reading this and going like, oh my God, wow. And who's writing it? Like, it's, yeah.
Like, who's
It's
writing
worrisome.
that shit? My God.
Say that again?
It's crazy. Like, who is writing this shit? Honestly. And
But that's what
posting
I'm
it.
saying, dude. Like, it's crazy. And people will believe anything, dude. Anything. Crazy. I had a guy, I work with, I'm my business partners in the watch company. Those dudes are the ones who started the business, right? Like, these are two people that are like insanely, like the ex-head of design of Audemars Piaget of AP is like the founder with Lucas too, who was in Rolex and all these companies. So he created a brand of watches, and they just hit me up for marketing. So I help them like blow it up and like get adoption everywhere and all that shit. And someone wrote in one of the comments where I'm talking about the watches on the video that his watch came with a fly inside of the watch. And then that same person made a video saying someone commented that this is what happened. These watches are a scam. And then China is making replicas because this dude is a fucking G, right? Like, he's fucking killing it. And everyone's like, your Chinese fake watches, like it's a scam. And people believe it. That's how stupid everyone is, Alex. That's how stupid. Like, someone said and commented on a video randomly without any username that no one can find, there's a fly inside of my watch. And then he made a video saying someone commented that there's a fly inside of their watch. Not a single picture, nothing. And it's already like a given. This is how stupid everyone is in 2026.
Deep,
Yeah. Now also everyone has changed the definition of the word scam to something I don't like.
Oh, everything is a scam. Just so you know, Farhan, everything I do is a scam. Everything. My mezcal is a scam. My water is a scam. My clothing is a scam. Everything I do is a scam. My selling courses is a scam. Do you know that?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Incredibly.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. But that's just what I do. I wake up in the morning, I'm like, how can I scam people? And then I just come up with these super elaborate businesses to do so.
And it keeps working. And it keeps working.
I go and buy like millions of bottles and then get water or get mezcal or get clothing and then design it and then put it out and sell it to everyone. But it's a scam, you know? That's what I do.
A scam went from not receiving anything to receiving something you don't like.
No. Even receiving something that you like it doesn't even matter if you buy it or not. You can just call it a scam. You see what I'm saying? Like, now everyone's free to just say whatever stupid bullshit that they think. Like the Brad Pitt is drinking at Chili's, dude.
Yeah.
I'm sure Brad Pitt has liquor at home.
Imagine, please, just like the level of intelligence of the people reposting that and being like, oh, I can't believe Brad Pitt is drinking at Chili's. Like,
he's just like us.
Unreal, man. It's fucking unreal. But that's society. And the good thing is you're trading against those people. So always remember that.
Amen.
Sure.
The people are buying Cardano, like those type of people.
Yes.
Every week.
Yes. They're waiting for Brad Pitt at Chili's right now.
Yeah.
Thank you, boys. Ok, Cardano. Para un trade, lo vamos a hacer simple. Una cosa que quiero que vean es una buena tabla de Cardano del pasado. No estás a punto de hacer nuevos mínimos, ¿no? Estás en la zona que fue literalmente el soporte la resistencia y luego se volvió soporte. Y ahora estás aquí abajo. La cosa ahora de Cardano, y este es el pedo más grande que tienen todas estas criptos, esta madre vio su tope en agosto del 2021 y nunca más. Esto yo en mi puta vida lo compraría. Yo sé que preguntaste para un trade, pero vale la pena recordárselo a todo el mundo. ¿Por qué? Porque ahora ya en el 2026 sabemos qué criptos van a funcionar para qué. ¿No? Sabemos cuáles tienen excelentes rumores, sabemos... una de mis favoritas, por ejemplo, es, todavía, y lo tengo que decir, XRP, que la gente cree que va a proveer liquidez al sistema. Si no creas dinero de la nada, no puedes proveer liquidez. Liquidez es dinero. Y para hacer pagos interbancarios de un país a otro, de nuevo, si tienes USDT, $1 millón en USDT en tu banco y lo quieres mandar a un banco en Suiza, lo único que tienes que hacer es poner la dirección en tu banco de la cartera en Suiza y llega directamente. No necesitas una tercera cosa. Entonces, ya se empieza a ver, mínimo para la gente que no es completamente ciega, sordomuda, como diría Shakira, las narrativas pendejas. Ya puedes ver qué están usando de verdad. Tron, que aún no me lo explico, Ethereum, Base, ¿no? Varias L2 en Ethereum, obviamente Bitcoin, Solana, también para transacciones, y una que otra, obviamente hay diferentes cosas que puedes usar en otras. Es lo que están usando ahorita. El siguiente nivel de eso es qué estamos haciendo ahorita con legislación, leyes, en cuanto a cripto se refiere. Fácil. Una cosa que es bastante chistosa, ¿no? Que todo el mundo se cree, es la tokenización de cosas del mundo real. Pero en realidad lo único que estamos tokenizando es el dinero, con la deuda y también la moneda como tal. Un USDT que hace que cuando emites un USDT compras deuda. Es lo que estamos tokenizando ahorita, deuda y dinero, ¿no? Esas son las leyes que vienen para ahorita, para este ciclo. La gente que está esperando tokenizar, ponte tú, activos del mundo real, que es lo que todo el mundo cree con las otras monedas, ¿no? Todavía no existe legislación, todavía no existe protocolo, no existe nada, nada para eso. Entonces nos vamos a enfocar nosotros en lo que ya sabemos ahorita, y Cardano tristemente no es una de ellas. Pero Cardano ha tenido un excelente pump este mercado bajista, donde hemos visto que desde el mínimo de acá, Cardano pompeó ya un 52%, nada mal. La cosa es, estás cayendo, ¿no? Puedes ver a Cardano también caer, puedes ver el rechazo justamente de esta zona, y ahora vamos a cambiar esto, ponerla acá y poner esto acá. Cardano puede tranquilamente venir a ajustar hasta esta zona de los 16 centavos. Está en 18 centavos en este momento. Esa sería una caída de ¿cuánto? De 8% y no perder tu tendencia alcista. Aquí hay dos trades, hermano. Vienes en caída, ¿ok? Ya te llevaste de este tope para acá y ahora estás justamente como Alex usa en el promedio del 34 en la diaria. En este promedio de 34 en la diaria, y es más, ¿sabes qué? Tenemos que ver temporalidades más cortas. Aquí hay dos tipos de trades. Tienes también tu SMA 200 aquí abajo, que no has tocado desde el breakout acá, en la de 4 horas. En la de 8 horas estás perdiendo el promedio del 100, bien, pero volatilidad pueden ver que no está haciendo nada. Yo vería la de 4 horas, la de 4 horas está a punto de darme algo. 12 horas también está a punto de contraer, estoy justamente en mi promedio del 100. Yo creo, me basaría en la de 8 horas. Y en la de 8 horas tienes dos sopas, carnal. El 34 también está aquí, donde estás, en los 18 centavos, que es donde está el promedio del 100 en la de 8 horas. Si cierras por encima de esta nueva vela de 8 horas, puedes usar esto como tu invalidación en un long. Y si pierdes tu promedio del 100, que es el 34 en la diaria, justamente aquí, lo pierdes. Espérate un par de cierres. El retesteo, tiene que venir un retesteo. Recuerda, estás rompiendo esta zona. Y si extiendo esto, puedes ver que también es lo que era resistencia. Y después se tuvo que haber vuelto soporte. Si llegas a perder esta zona, vas a poder hacerle corto en el retesteo y poner tu invalidación aquí arriba en los 18.35. Y ahí poder irte para abajo. Simplemente yo creo que es cosa de esperar y ver la tabla de 4 horas, a ver a qué está apoyando la volatilidad y cómo se mueve. Pero aquí tienes básicamente dos opciones que la tabla de 4 horas te va a dictar y puedes ver el por qué. Volatilidad está a punto de expandir acá, ¿no? A nada. Y lo está intentando, no te está diciendo, literalmente está jugando vela de indecisión, esta vela que se la comió un hammerhead para arriba. Simplemente es ver esto. Tu tabla de 4 horas y la de 8 horas en conjunto, y ahí vas a tener o el retesteo bajista para entrar o el retesteo alcista para subir con este mínimo de acá en los 17 centavos con 17.7, básicamente. Voy a ir rápido al oro, que no se los había enseñado, ya lo había hecho Farhano, USD. Y acá estás en zona de breakout, ¿no? Por más que parece que no, estás aquí en zona de breakout. Pero esto es la de 4 horas. Lo que quiero que vean, y acá también puedes ver esto, fue la resistencia octubre del 2025 antes de ir a este mega pompazo. Lo que el gran Farhano ve sería básicamente un movimiento hasta la zona de los 4.750 y ahí entrar con el corto duro acá, con esta invalidación. Aquí lo único que tienes que hacer para, si quieres, dices, güey, ¿sabes qué? No me interesa tanto esperarme a ver si llega acá. El pedo es que estás en una tendencia bajista. Alto, bajo, más bajo, y vas a ser un alto más bajo y no sabes si es acá o no. Y no sabes si vas a llegar acá, pero es la probabilidad en este momento. Tu promedio del 100 diario es donde está tu promedio del 34 semanal. Entonces, en la diaria lo puedes jugar aquí. Ya hiciste este mínimo de acá. Pero si cierras por encima, acá también, de esto, y puedes ver, la invalidación está en 1.60% de acá, podrías utilizarlo. El trade más seguro es simplemente esperar a los 700, a los 4.750 y invalidarlo aquí arriba, en los 4.8, 8.90, 8.90 y 91. Esa sería la mejor idea. Estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la alza en la diaria con esto. Si quieres jugarte long, lo puedes hacer simplemente con esta invalidación, pero de aquí arriba, aquí abajo, se acabó ya el movimiento a la baja. Me costaría trabajo decir que sí, pero se puede. Puedes jugar los dos lados, ¿no? Y tal vez no apalancarte tanto en el movimiento para arriba y aquí usarlo más agresivamente a la baja. SanDisk is next for a trade.
All right. SanDisk. Okay. Weekly is starting to flip up here. Weekly is close to a local bottom. This will confirm a local bottom with the knee closure over 1447. And anything else? And we also have this meme line here at 1564 from this last closing high, where we got a pullback and then busting action. Let's go down a little bit. 2 days look a little toppy here. Momentum is flipped up, putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence with volatility expanding. I do think you will see a little bit of a pullback here to come back to this meme line at mid 1500s. Daily is also a little toppy here, closing over the 38.2%. Likely we'll see a little pullback into that 38.2%. I'd like to see that it lines up with the meme line at that mid 1500s level, and as long as that level is holding on a closing basis, likely we'll see another extension into the 70, or another move up into the 78.6 around like $1,800. And that would take you over your 78.6 as well on the weekly. Closing over the 78.6 gives you a retest of the 38.2%, which is all the way at 23.80, basically right around your current all-time highs. 2 week is putting in macro hidden bullish divergence. It confirms with any closure over 1696. Monthly is now reclaiming the 5. Kind of looks like this is trying to put this as your next macro high or low. And if this 2 week divergence confirms, that will be confirmation that this is your next high or low. Mm. 4 hour also very toppy here at the 97.5%. Likely we'll see a little pullback here into somewhere around like 1550 to 1450. 78.6 is currently at like 1470. A little bit lower. Also massively toppy here. Momentum is still flipped up, but very close to flipping back down here. Putting in some bearish divergence also. Yes, the more immediate trade here would be a short, and your stop would be this previous high, and that would be a risk of 2.26%. And then from here, you're going to be targeting at a minimum this top 38.2%, which is right now at, or actually the 100 EMA first, slightly front running 38.2%. That's almost 12% in your favor. 38.2%, which is retested this cross, is around 13% in your favor versus 2.26% against you. And if you do get stopped out on this is likely going to run to 1800s, then you can just long on that. And then let's come down here on the weekly. And 2 week, yeah. So then if you do get that short into that 1500-ish zone, then your next move is going to be, let's go into a daily. Going to be to long around this 38.2%. Actually, it's going to the 4 hours so you have your invalidation better. Here is that 1500 zone, 1490s. Your invalidation is this move here, this low here, which is around 10% against you. This is a quite a little bit of a wide stop, but also the reward is a lot bigger. And this one would take you into around that 1800 to mid 1800 zone, and that is like 24-25%. Although the better trade is the short, because it's much closer to your stop loss, and a lot of different things are telling you that this is short-term local top. Let's go into our side. Weekly is putting in fresh hidden bullish divergence. This is going to confirm with any closure over 1446. And that gives you that entry right around that mid 1400 area, which is your confirmation. And your neutral zone is currently at around 1560. And you get a target of 2519. So it's even higher than 1800. That will be your minimum target. 5-day also putting in hidden bullish divergence. 3-day also putting in hidden bullish divergence. Daily also putting in hidden bullish divergence. Already confirmed on the daily. Or 2-day, I mean. 12-hour bullish divergence. 8-hour bullish divergence. Putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence now. 4-hour also putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. Hourly's got some bearish divergence, which will confirm with any closure below 1608. Gives you a move down to 1505. Okie dokie. Let's look at momentum. Weekly momentum is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 1964. And you're putting in multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence here, because you're taking out every one of these lows while price is making higher lows. That will confirm with any closure over 1446. 2 days already flipped back up, also putting in hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 1180. Daily, it's also currently flipped up and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 1218. 4 hours currently also up and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 1391. 2 hours also up, but very close to flipping down, and it will flip down if you can close below 1632. Hourly is now flipped down and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 1619. And this is also 30 minutes remaining down as long as you're closing below 1638. So I do think the more short-term trade here, just based off how close you are to the stop and based off of how the higher time frames do look, like the weekly and the daily and the 2-day. Weekly is putting in that hidden bullish divergence, but usually you will get that retest after you confirm the divergence. It doesn't just go straight up to the moon. And plus the 2-day and the daily are looking kind of toppy here, but that looks like you're going to with your closures over that meme line, like he will come down to at least test that meme line before the busting action. That puts you somewhere around 1500 to 1450. And that would be the TP on that short. That would be around see how much in your favor versus around like 2 or around 3% against you, but around to 1450, that is around 10%. If you were to front run it even at 1500, that's around 7.5 to 8%. And then from there, based off of the higher time frame signals, like the weekly putting in hidden bullish divergence around that 1500 to 1450 area, I do think that would be your next spot to aim for a longer term, or you could do a trade here, or you could do a longer term position here if you want. Your stop would be at the last 4-hour low, and then from there you're going to be aiming for a first stop. You're going to be somewhere around this breakdown point, right around 1900, and then your next stop is going to be the hidden bullish divergence target at around 2500. Both of them are pretty awesome gains, and you can also make a couple of shekels to the downside while you're waiting for your entry into that long position with the retest of that meme line with the hidden bullish divergence forming here.
That would be at the 1450 level?
Yeah, 1450 to 1500.
Got it. So basically the 34 on the daily.
Yeah, and from here, the more immediate one would be the short.
The short to that area.
High at the stop, yeah.
Yeah, with this high. Perfecto. Thank you, señor. SanDisk, la inteligencia artificial. Recuerden que ya la burbuja va a explotar y por ende se deben de haber salido y no haber hecho 66% de su dinero en esta subida. Es lo más importante que tienen que recordar siempre cuando salen todos los pacos a decirte que ya valió verga la inteligencia artificial, ¿ok? Muy importante acá, esto es bastante sencillo. Tienes este movimiento donde estás creando nuevos altos de acá, empiezas a formar esta tendencia alcista, pero lo que puedes notar instantáneamente, mi promedio del 34 es el blanco, es resistencia, lo reventaste al alza y vas a volver a regresar simplemente aquí para poder continuar tu movimiento a la alza y probablemente a nuevos altos históricos por ahí de los 2400. Aquí hay dos trades, el long y el short. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando pongo el HPDR, y aquí lo podrán ver ustedes, ¿dónde era? Denme un segundo. En la de 4 horas, esto está bastante agotado por acá, en los 1600. Puedes ver que ahora, esto también es algo que me espantaría un poco personalmente, pero la invalidación está muy cerca. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo al alza y van a decir, pero ya está a punto de llegar al 100. Sí, pero vean esta mamada. No le molesta quedarse ahí arriba, ¿no? Solamente para que lo tengan pendiente. En la diaria, más normal es tener un movimiento del 61.8% para después continuar, venir más o menos por acá donde está la media en los 1440 o el promedio del 34 en los 1470 y aquí agarrar el long. Y ahí también, si te metes en corto, de aquí para acá, agarrar y tomar ganancias en ese corto. La invalidación de tu corto, si te metes tal cual como está ahorita, está a 2.2% a la baja. El pedo del long acá va a hacer que tu invalidación quede bastante abajo. Ponte tú que te metes en la parte baja de los 1450, tu invalidación quedaría a 8%. Entonces, no te va a dejar jugar tanto acá, ¿cómo se dice? Tan fuerte. Básicamente estás apostando a que esté bien la idea de que el 34, regresar al 34 diario, que es la línea blanca, es la que te lleve al siguiente nivel. Básicamente esto y esto. Y además del 34 tienes el 21 subiendo, que fue lo que rompiste acá y no lo has venido a retestear, lo que también fue resistencia, 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 resistencia y rechazo, lo que te tiró para acá. Por eso tienes que venir a retestear esta zona. Entonces, básicamente tienes dos trades. El corto, yo creo que date el corto lo más cerca posible a la invalidación para también poder ponerte exquisito, es lo que yo diría. Porque a mí me gusta más el long en esto, aunque tengo que esperarme a él. Y me lo va a dar, no tengo ni puta idea. Pero tengo varios puntos de confluencia aquí a que sí me lo va a dar. Además de que no te lo va a hacer tan fácil, tío. No. Cuando estábamos acá, recuerden, todo el mundo estaba de que no querían comprar. ¿Se acuerdan que lo medimos y dijimos, güey, ya Sandys con un descuento de 57%? Es donde debes de comprar si estás interesado en estas pendejadas. Ahí está. Tiene camino para arriba. Tiene fuerza ahorita en la diaria a la alza. Tiene expansión de volatilidad y también en la de 4 horas. Yo me metería más en el retesteo que en el corto, pero si me hace un corto muy apretadito acá, pues güey, una buena apuesta no le duele a nadie, ¿no? Bien apalancado con poco dinero, ¿por qué no? A perder la posición es lo que yo haría en esa situación de SanDisk. Ahí lo tienen, mis estimados. Vamos a ver qué sigue. Era Tao. T-A-O. Tao.
Okay, I think it's that.
What is that?
Altcoin, I think.
No, it's this. Oh, hang on. I'm a little confused. 1 second. You might be right about the altcoin. Give me 1 second. Blah, 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 blah. Tau. Bit tensor. Is Tau tensor?
Tao. Jin Tao. It's the bad guy from the first Rush Hour movie.
I remember Jin Tao. What a piece of shit he was.
The white guy.
Yeah. The traitor of the family. Yeah, it's this one.
Okay.
The one you're saying.
All right, nice. Assuming it's probably for a trade.
It is.
Okay, perfect. All right, nice. Yeah, let's check this out. Let's see here. What are we dealing with? Nice daily volatility setup. Need a line down here. Just draw one right out. October's low. Wow. Look at that October dump. Insane. 400 all the way down to 140. So, I mean, Tao's, again, most likely not looking good. Let's see overall. So we're under the weekly 5, and you're still on a weekly downtrend. In my opinion, I'd just be focused on the weekly 9. That'll kind of, I think, give bulls the easy trade. If you get a reclaim, you'll move up. And if you reject, you'll continue to move down towards that 140 mark. Let's see here, weekly volatility contracting. Yeah, bi-weekly is looking very concerning for follow through down. You've seen some pretty harsh rejections in this exact region on the bi-weekly. The thing is, can we actually get follow through down to 140? It's kind of like, just like the chop zone here for Tau, which makes sense if you overall think of crypto as just a chop zone all summer. I still think, though, playing the weekly 9's wiser on 214 because at least you are in some kind of retest here. Now, that could come into the new bi-weekly candle. You might come on the new bi-weekly candle, might open on a move up, testing that 214 exactly. You can see here you're in a deviation play. I would say I would look for shorts at 214, something like this, down, stop loss right here. Honestly, you could have a stop loss at 220, and you just target 140. I really wouldn't want to have it up here because at that point you might just break out and get stopped out anyways, and that makes risk a lot more. riskier, 10% versus like 2%, potentially 2%. Let me see the high here. I'll measure it better. Goodness. Yeah, like 2.5%. So I would be looking for that, honestly. And you're just looking for more retests of that 214 to just solidify resistance. You actually can see that this trade might actually get brought to you by just like a daily EMI 100 retest as well. Might give that final squeeze. Notice how you're not breaking down on the daily. Get the final squeeze up, test the daily 100, and then roll over. Look at daily volatility. It wants to fire off. Aggressive traders are praying this fires off, but until you actually break above 15%, this isn't going to confirm expansion quite yet. But we are close. It is starting to show signs of life. Today, you might actually break back under the moving average. So something to watch. And so that's why I still stand on 214. $214 to $215 is the short zone. Over time, daily EMI 100 will move down. So it's at 218.80. You easily can see that move down under the stop loss placement that we have here. If you end up squeezing up a little past that and testing the daily 100, though, that's actually going to be my short zone. So I said the weekly 9. I'd actually just play the daily 100. And that'll be pretty fluid with like the weekly EMA 9 as well. It's all right in the same regions, like 210 to 217 short zone. And I'd have a stop loss at 220. I target 140, and visually you can see it like this. And luckily for this trade, you can easily flip long if you get back above like 220. So it's not too bad. Right. And first, you can obviously just test the lows. It's about 15%, all the way to 140s, not bad, about 34% away. And that still adheres to the overall macro trend, plays into the monthly 5 retest, which has been a nice rejection zone. And keep in mind, back in June, you actually got a deviation of that. You haven't really been able to test it. So if price actually goes a little higher, that could just be a monthly 5 retest as well. But yeah, this does look really bad. It looks like it wants to break down. And 140 could be a nice spot, maybe a triple bottom, but still you would be wanting that to be tested. And that could mean over 30% dump from here. So watch your daily 100, have your stop loss at 220. And I think that'll be pretty nice. And this daily 100 is still in a valid short setup. You can see we're holding it. You tried to hold it as support. You broke through it. And since then, you haven't gotten a retest. This could make a very good like short squeeze zone. Maybe shorts getting aggressive here. One more squeeze up and then a down move. So hopefully that makes sense. TAO isn't the best looking chart. And I am going to be more on the camp on shorts as long as 220 is just simply going to reject and price is going to stay under it.
Yes, sir. MP would be next for investing, Mr. Farhano. MP. And then NVIDIA for you for a trade, Alex. I was going to say someone in here commented and said, fact, I went to my Verizon store yesterday and Verizon dollars are going live and they make you spend them with certain retailers.
Verizon dollars. Wow. Never heard of that.
Well, everyone, like the whole thing about stable coins, my thesis on it is everyone's going to do that.
That they're going to make you spend it in specific things, places like China did.
Yeah, of course. That's why Tesla's going to make their dollars. That's why Google's going to make their dollars and all that stuff. So it's happening little by little. And then all of a sudden, we're all going to be using all these stupid dollars from different stores.
Yeah, Mexico too. They want to know something. They want to switch off of cash all to terminals, so everyone pays in card now. And I just think it's a longer picture to track people, control how they spend.
What they want to do in Mexico, just so you know, is they're telling everyone it's for like money laundering, right? But politicians are the one doing the most money laundering, which is fucking hilarious. Just like in the US, right? Oh, it's the people, the cartel. Like, dude, the cartel's got a bank in Bank of America, and probably like the number one financial advisor at the bank, like a white guy is helping them. Like, they don't have to worry about that shit. What they're trying to do is get people that work and sell tortas on the street. They want to get their taxes.
I see.
That's it. That's literally all they want.
They
want to make sure that they get every single fucking dime accounted for. so they can steal it.
It's fucked up. It's not that much money that they're.
I know. Listen, that's a pretty good plan if you're evil. So I salute them. And I still say, listen to the evil guys. Call me.
True.
Call me. I'm in. I like their plans.
And they can say it's, modern and it is convenient because I mostly don't have cash ever. So
no, me either. Of course, but that's how they get you. And then comes the financial crisis that they're putting together right now by absolutely destroying everyone with inflation. And guess what? The economy is really simple. Everyone likes to overcomplicate it. They destroy the consumer so that they can come out, print money, give it to you so you can give it back to them, right? But if now they give you the money and say, you can only spend this money on your Verizon dollars, you can only on Verizon stores, you can only spend these Tesla dollars on that Tesla car, you can only spend your money on groceries at these groceries, then they're getting the money quicker and more efficiently from you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, true. Oh yeah.
That's all it is. They're just being way smarter about getting richer because they need it. Elon Musk only has $1 trillion.
That's true. Only one.
Yeah, fucking disgusting. If I was that poor, I'd also be doing the same thing. Just like imagine being Jeff Bezos poor. He only has like 300 billion. Ugh. Ugh. Disgusting. Either way, thank you, boys. Thank you, Alex. Tensor, bastante fácil. Esta mamada viene en tendencia bajista, por supuesto, aunque te está intentando hacer pintar otra cosa. Tienes el máximo. Esto es una gran vela de distribución, por cierto, cuando llegó a $1,200 y desde entonces ha estado cayendo hasta los 190. Aquí tienes algo muy fácil de identificar. Todos estos cierres con estos retesteos, este SFP, este retesteo, retesteo, esta pancita para arriba y luego vienes para abajo, esto te dice a dónde va a ir este pedo. Si te pongo en la diaria, recuerden, siempre vienes a retestear las zonas de breakdown, ¿no? No has venido desde que caíste por acá a darte el lujo de retestear el promedio del 100, ni tampoco esta línea. Lo único que tienes que hacer es esperar esta línea, hacerle un corto ahí, y aquí vas a rogarle a Dios. Aquí vas a tener 2 oportunidades en este corto. Porque normalmente cripto es un hijo de puta y sabemos lo que le gusta hacer. Pero si vienes para acá, aquí lo que vas a querer es apostar para abajo y puedes invalidarlo. Uno, aquí, en esta zona de hasta 220.2, o para nada, que no te serviría de nada, en los 240. Yo lo eliminaría simplemente aquí, usando el alto de esta vela, porque estas que están enfrente, puede que se las lleve. Y usando ese alto entrando acá, estarías a una invalidación de 1.45%. Apostarle esto a la alza sería suicidio porque estás en una clara tendencia bajista y tienes varios rechazos de todos tus promedios importantes y ahorita estás debajo de todos los promedios. La otra cosa que puedes estar monitoreando es este setup de volatilidad que te quiere dar en la diaria y ver para dónde está empujando una vez que cruce el 15%. Pero por ahora lo que tiene más probabilidad es que esto venga a retestear esta zona del promedio del 100 junto con los $217 para después continuar cayendo en lo que hace a todo el mundo pensar que ya chingaron e ir a comer mierda. Esa sería básicamente la idea de Tao, damas y caballeros. Y por acá nos dicen que fueron ayer a una cita a la tienda de Verizon y ya tienen sus dólares de Verizon. Para la gente que vive en México, por ejemplo, el Celo y Usacell, no sé si Usacell todavía exista, que te dan sus dólares. Entonces ya los tienen listos, los puedes solamente utilizar en ciertas tiendas, así que ahí lo tienen. Empezamos a verlo, nada mal. Vamos a ver MP para inversión. MP for investment.
MP, my penis.
God, I was going to say más pene, which is more penis. So there you go. Glad we're on the same page.
Got the similar autisms. Okie dokie. No, we'll start with the monthly. Monthly is starting to flip back up here. Monthly is putting in bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over $57.46. And volatility is almost at 0%. Plus, monthly is now over the median, which is at about $59.56. You got 17 days left to go, which is a long time. So we want to see where this monthly does close. If monthly does close over the median and confirm the hidden bullish divergence, I'd look for any retest of somewhere into the 50s, like to be, even if it's around $60, because this is a long-term investment, doesn't really matter. Once you get that monthly closure over the median and the confirmation of the hidden bullish divergence, I would start to add to that long-term position, and the hidden bullish divergence would give you a target of your current highs, somewhere around like $95 to $100. That is, I believe, more than a 50% gain from current price. The current highs, that is more than 60%, like 65%. And volatility is coming from 0%, basically, with that hidden bullish regular bullish divergence appearing. And this quite significant drive divergence as well, because this low is at $48, this low is at $41, but you made this low went deep into the critical zone. This level didn't even make it in, didn't even get to the edge. 2 week, nothing here, but 2 week is close to flipping back up. 2 week is also close to making its way back into the 38.2%, which is at $61.09. If you can close over the area, it's going to make it much more likely the monthly will confirm your bullish divergence, and this is going to send you up somewhere around 75 to $80 short term. Weekly also close to the 38.2%, same level, $61. If you can close over that zone, that takes you into like 75 to $80. 5 days, same look as the weekly. 2 days, want to see a closure over around $56. If you can see that, you likely will see a little pullback because you are getting to very extreme areas. But that pullback will be for buying IMO. That comes basically the same idea as that monthly putting in the hidden bullish divergence. So then whatever pullback you get will be for buying. Daily also getting very extreme here. Firstly, flipping back up, volatility is expanding. Maybe you see one more push into the low to mid 60s, but I would look for a pullback. 4 hour also getting quite extreme. You are tapping the 78.6 now, which is at $60.28. Momentum is flipping back up, putting in hidden bullish divergence. So maybe you see one more push up into like $65, $62 to $65. Maybe if things get really crazy, you could see $69. But I do think from this region, you will see a pullback, and I wouldn't long until you get that pullback. Let's look at RSI. Non-energy minerals. And monthly is populating that hidden bullish divergence now. This will confirm with any closure over $57.46. And then this gives you a move into the simple moving average, which is currently around $111. Oh, even higher than that area I was thinking. Volatility is now basically back to extreme lows also after cooling from some insane busting action. How much did we go on this one? This went from an open to a wick high of 338%. We're not even looking for that. We're just looking for a move to 111. The critical zone's at $200. But if you were to buy in at, let's say, even here at 111, that's like 85%. Not bad. Okie dokie. 2 week is also putting in hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over $47.62, $13 away from that currently, and that will give you a target towards $81. And you got support at 58, right around this region here. Weekly has a local bottom, going to target 88. 5 days got bullish divergence, targets 98. Daily is in the bullish control zone. Support is at $50. Kidoki, let's look at momentum. Quarterly is still up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 46.51. Monthly is currently down, but very close to flipping up, and it will flip back up if you close over $62. And flipping up here will be a rejection of the bearish control zone. Plus, it's putting in hidden bullish divergence. 2-week currently flipped down, but close to flipping up, also putting in hidden bullish divergence, and it will flip up if you close over $57.69. Nice number. Weekly is also currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $44.15. Plus, weekly is putting in bullish divergence. 5-day also flipped up with bullish divergence, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 46.27. 2-day is also up with the derp of life and it's with volatility support, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 43.62. Daily is also flipped up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 57.59, but volatility is at 100% now. And 4-hour is just about to freshly flip back up, and it will flip up if you close over $60.67. Plus, volatility is about to go into a double extreme. So as of now, it does look like you'll see a little bit of an extension into somewhere around $62 to maybe $69. Although I do think from there you will very likely get your pullback, and also monthly is going to confirm your hidden bullish divergence at that point. 2-week is going to confirm the hidden bullish divergence. Weekly and 5 days have already confirmed bullish divergence, and from there I would look for once those divergences confirm an entry somewhere around anywhere as close to 50 to mid to 50 as possible. Depends on your level of risk tolerance, if you want to wait until the 50s, or if it doesn't make that much of a difference for $60 for you, but you would first want to see the divergences confirmed, the local bottom confirmed, and then from there you'd be targeting your psychological $100 figure, although the real RSI target is going to be $111, but I'd front run it and put it at $100 just because it's a psychological number. And from there, your next target is going to be somewhere around $150 to $160, which is your next RSI target, the critical zone. But you're mainly looking for the psychological $100 figure, and you want to get into it on the pullback to somewhere around like 50 mid 50s. If you're cool with the drawdown, if you're not using any leverage, then I guess you could buy at $60 and just hold through and maybe add at 50 to 50 mid 50s. That depends. If you're more levered, which you shouldn't be on a longer term position, then I guess you don't want to go through that drawdown. Up to you, but mid 50s would be the ideal entry for extension on that divergence into somewhere around $100.
Beautifully put. And yeah, I mean that's the zone that was like fucking resistance, and now you're doing the opposite on this side as support, right?
Yeah.
And that's a fucking healthy reclaim, engulfing dildo. I mean, you got it all. You got it all. Thank you, senor. And then for Alex was MP. I forgot. Oh, NVIDIA for a trade. Yeah, duh. Ok. Estamos viendo MP Materials. Esta tabla se ve bastante bien. Por más que tenga esta cara que viene para abajo, esta es una consolidación alcista, sobre todo cuando estás volteando a ver la semanal. Para empezar, voy a empezar con esto. En la mensual tienes una caída de este tamaño, te estás apoyando en tu promedio del 55, el 34 fue tu fondo, instantáneamente tienes esta vela de acá, la verde, pueden ver la última, que es por debajo de esta y está por arriba de esta. Es una vela envolvente alcista siempre y cuando cierre así. Esto se ve muy bien. Puedes ver también que volatilidad está preparando un súper movimiento del punto más bajo en la tabla de toda la historia en la mensual. Y eso pinta nada mal. Vamos a ver rápido acá. Tu RSI en la semanal, acá te pintó exactamente esto perfectamente para que no tengas pierde. No tiene nada más de eso. Voy a ver rápido el MACD. Era justo esto. En el MACD tienes divergencia alcista en la semanal y eso no pinta nada mal, tío. No pinta nada mal. Esto es una reversión. Puedes ver que vino por debajo del 100, instantáneamente lo retomó y va para arriba. Para mí el gráfico que lo dice todo es la mensual. No tengo que complicarme mucho la vida con esto. Esto fue resistencia, resistencia. Una vez que lo rompí, soporte, aguantó y ahora cayó por acá. Pero esto viene junto con el tope de todo lo que hemos visto en las mismas fechas. Aquí, si quieres invertir, puedes notar la línea amarilla está justamente en los 50-21. El promedio del 34 y el 21 están aquí abajo y el 9. Perdiste el 9 y el 34, no lo has venido a retestear. Ahora va a venirte a dar un mega putazo aquí tan abajo y va a ser el primer. Vas a tener que buscar un nuevo bajo más alto, ¿ok? ¿Dónde te lo va a dar? Personalmente creemos que los 50 hasta los 42, que es donde está el promedio del 34, sería esa zona. Pero ya veniste, tu extremo ya fue el promedio del 34, por lo que yo no lo consideraría. El 34 viene un retesteo de esto, ¿ok? Y ya tocaste el 55 también. ¿Cuál es la zona inmediata que te dice eso? Es el 21, que está en 48. 50, la línea que meme acá es, date tiempo a que esto haga esto, hacer a todo el mundo pensar que va a continuar para abajo y aquí ya por fin reventar y llevarte estos máximos. El problema es un poco tu invalidación, porque tu invalidación pues, está hasta acá abajo, güey. De los 50 ahí estás hablando de 24%. Nada más tienes que saber eso. Pero zona de acumular es 50. Lo que yo haría es poner, si quiero hacerme más exquisito, tal vez esa entrada y usar el entre estos dos como el siguiente mínimo, en los 44, para bajar un poco el promedio. Si es que se llega a dar. Si te quieres atascar, 50 sería la más agresiva. Bueno, la más agresiva es comprar donde estás, pero eso no lo recomiendo. Simplemente, tampoco recomiendo nada, ¿no? Pero aquí en los 50 tiene cara de que es la zona ideal para ese retesteo. Además de que tienes tu promedio del 100 justamente en los 48 que viene en la semanal por acá, que de nuevo va a ser tu zona a retestear, confirmar este breakout de él, porque había cerrado por debajo de él, ¡pum! Y para arriba. Esa es básicamente la idea con MP. Así de sencillo. Vamos a ver NVIDIA para un trade.
I'm glad we're looking at NVIDIA because I think it's very straightforward. I think it's a pretty easy trade, actually. So I think we're just going to get a throwback trade here around 221. I think if the 2-day 5 reaches that 221 zone, that's going to act as like a spring zone. And what you've noticed since the reclaim on the 2 days, every time NVIDIA has gone down to the 2-day 5, it's actually been a nice bounce zone, an entry zone for trades. Since the reclaim, you can see it actually bounced very impressively, 6% in 2 days, leading to another bounce off the 5, going to that 5%. So now we're kind of in like a little breakout here. I'd actually want to see a little throwback down to basically 220 to 221. And your stop loss can be very simply at $215, slightly under August 10th low. Because remember, if this is just forming an uptrend here, then this should be the higher low, higher high, and so we should form some kind of higher low right in that region. Let's see if the weekly says anything else. Very impressive weekly. And we are actually getting like a breakout here. We can make the reconnect better on the weekly perspective, and you can just see you're kind of breaking out slightly. Let's see what the HBDR has to say. So HBDR is even confirming that breakout, and even into the new week, depending on where this 38.2% shifts, at current market price, it's at $220.69 for the culture. Good confluence around that 221 entry. So I do believe that NVIDIA is looking for a breakout here to a new high. I do believe that you'll get a pullback to around 220 to 221. Your stop loss can be right at 215. And as long as you hold above 221, this is going to be more of a bounce zone. And I do think it can make a new high into the new week, I guess next week because it's Friday. I'd be looking for like 244 to like 240 to be hit on NVIDIA. Now, where are we wrong on this? Where can we short? Because there's always an invalidation, and that's just if you get back under 215. get back under 215, you are now back within this range, and you can absolutely start moving down to like that 212, and even lower all the way down to like 195. But until then, I don't want to disregard this is a valid breakout setup. The weekly is agreeing you're back above the daily median here. And as long as you hold the median, you are going to move up closer to the all-time high of NVIDIA. Now with the weekly actually sustaining a breakout, this actually is looking pretty poised to go up next week. And even look at volatility. It's actually going to confirm expansion potentially. If it just plateaus and holds right here for 2 hours, this actually could give you a volatility setup into next week. So a lot of things. The stars are aligning with NVIDIA for a new all-time high. And that's why if you end up not seeing 215 hold and you close under it, yeah, wow, everything I just said most likely results to a major move down. And this weekly volatility either fires off, literally might confirm expansion today going into the new week, or it'll just contract again potentially. So I hope that makes sense. The daily is an easy perspective to keep. This is in breakout, and your stop loss is at 215, targeting around 240 to 244. And if you're on ETA, I'll actually post that trade next week. So.
No, it makes no sense, Alex, since Ray Dalio told me that it was going to be the 2008 financial crisis. And also they told me that the Chinese models were cheaper than the American models. And this was the end of the pop of the bubble of AI.
Yeah, I know. That's the AI bubble is going to pop soon, of course. It's just not popped yet, I guess, because everything is making insane highs. What was it? Cisco, I think, too, just did an insane
I don't know
rally.
about Cisco. I don't know what they do.
Never mind. I recant.
SanDisk is the one that had like another huge bump. All these AI plays, Palantir.
Yeah, it was SanDisk, I think. I was thinking about.
Yeah, SanDisk is up like 66% too. Like it was down 50-something percent, dude. Like, why wouldn't people buy it if they wanted to buy that thing? It was ridiculous. Yeah, and again, really, when they tell you, dude, when they come out and tell you that the Chinese models are better, that's when you buy AI. Like, it's so stupid.
Yeah, true. And when they definitely start talking about a bubble, they've been wanting to short like NVIDIA, for example, for so long. Like I remember we were in Asia far and people were trying to catch NVIDIA shorts, which were just literally causing a major short squeeze on the monthly. It's the same thing. Like the charts will tell you if it's going to be fucked or not. We even caught some shorts on NVIDIA like 2 months ago, a month ago. But now, as you can see, NVIDIA is shifting and it's looking like it's breaking out. So I would not be surprised if next week you get a new high, especially with the narrative that the AI bubble has already happened and it's popped and we're doomed and gloomed. And oh, don't forget, Jeff even sold too. That's a big thing. Jeff Bezos selling always apparently is a
Remember?
big
Yeah. Come on. Come on. Like, come on. How are people falling for this still? And remember, interest rates were going to go up, but now they're not. Oh.
Yeah.
Crazy. The economy is so strong, definitely. They should hike the interest rates up. See how that goes. Thank you, sir. Farhana, I want to do JP Morgan JPM real quick for investing, please. And then I'll get to this. Ahorita les doy esta. Vamos a ver rápido a JP Morgan para, ¿cómo se llama? Para cerrar con ellos para inversión.
Para inversión.
Sí, señor.
Claro, señor. Wow, busting action. Okay. Let's start with quarterly. So we have quarterly momentum still flipped down, putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence now, because we are taking out these previous lows while price is significantly above these lows, giving you a very big drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over $343.45. And if you do confirm that, that will take you towards what's already going to be your target of closing over the 38.2. And that is the 78.6. And right now that sits at a very beautiful $420 number. 420. Maybe it'll go all the way to 420.69. Who knows? Let's go into the jewel. You got a God mode signal here, but you have not got the sell signal just yet. It's on a neutral, and it is now starting to zoom in here, starting to lose the downwards curvature. And it does look like this is going to flip back into a buy signal, going along with that hidden bullish divergence that you're forming. Monthly currently also flipping back up. Monthly is also putting in hidden bullish divergence. I believe monthly confirmed it. This closed as high as 343.45, and this is, yes, monthly did confirm the hidden bullish divergence. And also you're above the 38.2%, which brings you towards the 76, and that level is at around $400 currently. Nice psychological figure. Plus the monthly is losing the sell signal and the downwards curvature, and this is likely going to flip into a buy signal on this next open. Is this in price discovery? I think it is. Yeah, it's in price discovery. 2-week also flipped up, volatility expanding. Want to see a 2-week closure over $360? You got 2.5 hours left to go before that closure. That brings you into the $400 level. Weekly currently flipped down, but close to flipping back up. Is weekly, did it take out the low? It did. So weekly, it's also putting in hidden bullish divergence. That'll confirm with any closure over 363. And you also have a bullish cross here, pink above the yellow, brings you into somewhere around 372, and then next level about $400. 5-day also above 38.2%, also about to tick back up right at the edge of the bullish control zone, brings you into around 380. 2 days looking a little toppy here. Momentum is starting to flip down, putting in some bearish divergence. This is going to confirm bearish divergence with any closure below $361.30. And that gives you a move down towards the 21, which right now is at 345. But as long as you're closing over 348.63, this is likely just going to bust back up, especially based off of the higher time frames. So any move into the really 350 area, 350 to 340s, great spot for building a position. Although this is going to be a very long-term hold.
I was going to say, yeah.
Like several years down the line. Daily also is making its way back into that 38.2%. Momentum flipping down, putting in bearish divergence on the daily. Likely have a target down towards 350 from here. 4-hour also looking toppy. You swept that previous high. You are now below the median. Likely is going to get a move down to like 358 from here. Then with any closure below 358 brings you down to that 350 to 340s number. When is the last time you tested your daily 55? It was off of this low here, and this did take you to new all-time highs. And you have not tested the 100 in this entire rally. Let's check RSI. Is JP Morgan just the biggest bank in America or the world?
The world.
Oh, amazing. Nicely done, Senor Diamond.
Yeah. I mean, they're the ones, JP Morgan, the original guy, did two incredible things. One, he owns the Federal Reserve, so he made sure that every retard in the world thinks that, oh, there's an independent entity that takes care of the financial system, when he's JP Morgan, really. And the second amazing thing he did is he was one of the funder, I mean, like someone giving money to get the people, the Nazis out from when they were going to lose. He's the one that went there and took all of their technology, along with all the other, like the owner of GM at the time, the owner of Ford at the time, like all those guys took all the Nazi technology out and dispersed it around the world. That's why they went to other countries, and it's really interesting.
That's why they're in Argentina.
In Argentina, in Chile, and other places. Yes, it's fucking crazy.
The Argentinians swear that they're white people too.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it came from. The JP. So everybody should be thankful to JP Morgan for doing all these things.
Gracias, JP Morgan.
Exactly. And now
Is
he's got
there
crazy alien technology that no one can even fucking fathom.
is JP Morgan's fault that 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 Argentines think that they're the best people in the world?
No, I think that's just like their people.
Monthly's got hidden bullish divergence with volatility now expanding from 0%. Very bullish here, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing over $294. Simple moving average is at around $360. You're there right now, and the bullish control zone is at 330, right along your that 340 entry zone. Very cool, and bullish control zone is going to be support. 2 weeks still got active hidden bullish divergence. Bullish control zones at 335. Weekly is at 339. Support. 5 days at 345 support. 345 to 330. 2 days got it at 348 to 330. Dailies at 340. 4 hours got bearish divergence. That is going to target 352. Let's check momentum. Quarterly momentum is freshly flipping back up, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $349. Nice. That's also the level where we're looking to get retested. Monthly is currently also flipped up with volatility expanding from 0%, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over $340. Also a very nice number, and you're putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking out these previous lows with your monthly volatility setup. 2 week is also flipped up, expanding 3 periods of 0%, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 326. And you also got hidden bullish divergence here. Weekly is also up as long as you're closing over 356. 5 day is up as long as you're closing over 357. 2 days currently up as long as you're closing over 358. Daily is currently up as long as you're closing over 361. Very close to flipping down. 12 hours going to flip down as you close below 361. Same pivot. And 4 hours already flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 366. So now all of the high time frames, it's still extremely bullish, putting in hidden bullish divergences on basically all of the higher time frames, all the way from the quarterly down to the monthly to the 2 week. All of them have hidden bullish divergences appearing. A lot of them have already confirmed the divergences. I do think you'll see a little bit of a pullback though, based off of the low time frames getting to very extreme areas and putting in some bearish divergence. From there, I think you'll probably retest somewhere between 350 to 330. Anywhere in that 350 to 330 zone, I do think will be ideal for entering into that longer term position. Anywhere around that, from there to like low to mid $300, and then from there your next bullish your bullish divergence targets on the monthly and the quarterly are then gonna play out, which then bring you into somewhere around that $400 to $500 range. With these numbers, you should take with a grain of salt because it isn't price discovery, and these targets will update as the RSI does update. But right now, the psychological figure would be that $400 level, with expansion from somewhere into the low to mid 300s. If you don't get that move into the low to mid 300s, I would just sit out and just watch it. I think you're muted.
Oh my God. I gave myself a little speech. I was saying, yeah, just like you're saying, I would basically just put my meme line right here, which was resistance before, and then breakout. This is where it's got to come back. Because otherwise, dude, you're just fucking buying for a 1% move, investing. Like, no,
Yeah,
I don't think so, buddy. Is there? Yeah.
You're pissing in the wind.
Yeah, exactly. All right, you boys are done. Anything you'd like to say before you go on this beautiful Friday?
For me on Bitcoin, if we see a move into 63 fives, I would or 63.3 to 63.5, I would look for that to short, and then for that into a move into somewhere around like 60,000 to 61,000, maybe for a little bounce, and then some fun in the 50s.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
the same exact thing for me. 62.2 is Bears' hopes, dreams, and aspirations. So let's watch that zone very carefully, and I'll see you boys on Monday.
All right. See you boys Monday. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, boys.
Have a nice weekend.
Feliz fin de semana, cabrones. Muchas gracias and hasta luego. Cochiloco
Usted
out.
too. Gracias, Cochiloco. Thanks, Alex. Rápidamente, JP Morgan Chase, tíos, excelente negocio tener un banco y el banco más grande del planeta. Déjenme les digo eso de una vez, ¿no? Sin lugar a duda. Básicamente se ve muy alcista. Nunca quieres perseguir este tipo de acción donde ves todo que sea verde, pero lo que tienes acá es una zona bastante sencilla de entender. Resistencia, resistencia, SFP, engaño, resistencia, ¡pum! ¿Cuál es la regla número 1 del tío Salo? Cuando vengas de vuelta a la zona de breakout, que son los 315. Hasta ahorita eso sería un movimiento de ¿qué? Desde el tope. De un 14%. ¿Qué tan real es eso? La última corrección que vimos fue acá en enero. Básicamente un 16%. Bien. La otra corrección que habíamos visto, ¿quién no puede olvidar los aranceles de JP Morgan Chase? Fue de 30%. Esta fue una de las caídas más chonchas que ha tenido la bolsa en sí después del 2022. Hablando del 2022, 41%. Y en el 2022 puedes ver que las oportunidades enormes se dan en el S&P 200 en la de 2 semanas, las oportunidades buenas en el 55, y estos están entre 270 a 175, tienes que entender esto. Ahorita la gente que más dinero está haciendo son los bancos, porque cuando te dan un préstamo, cuando vas y compras una casa y le dices a Chase, oye, préstame una lana, ¿no? Para comprar una casa. Te dicen, claro que sí, ¿cuánto necesitas, tío Salo? Y yo les digo, solamente 7.9 millones de dólares para poder vivir en un puto changarro aquí donde vivo, de 2 cuartos. Ah, perfecto, ¿quieres 7 millones de dólares? Toma, me dan un préstamo y ellos literalmente lo ponen en una computadora, el dinero se crea de la nada y yo le empiezo a pagar intereses de dinero que crearon de la nada. ¿Pueden entender la cantidad de dinero que están haciendo estos cabrones? Cuando vas a comprar un coche, lo mismo. Cuando vas y le estás pidiendo dinero a tu tarjeta de crédito porque no te alcanza para comer, lo mismo. Hasta que esto no truene, estos güeyes les va a ir muy bien. La cosa es cuándo van a tronar, Alejandro. Es lo que nadie sabe, ¿no? Mínimo tienes un año. Yo digo que no vale la pena tocarlo a menos de que te dé un retroceso a los 3.15. Puedes ponerte más mamón, 300 tal vez. Pero a mí me gusta más comprar cuando estoy invirtiendo en esperarme a zonas donde estoy viendo que las toca muy poco. Entonces, si voy a comprar JP Morgan Chase, voy a esperarme a agregar en el 100 y el 200. Ese soy yo, si lo fuera yo a hacer. Pero si estás como degenerado y quieres una ganancia mínima, porque también por más que se esté moviendo para arriba, no es un gran movimiento para arriba, puedes simplemente comprar la línea acá en los 316 y agregar, ¿no? Porque aquí ya tienes el 21, puedes ver que la última vez que tocaste el 21 fue en junio y antes de eso tocaste el 34 en marzo, que fue ante la potente caída, y este 34, el promedio blanco, va a estar por aquí arriba para cuando se dé la vuelta para acá, y es donde lo vas a querer agregar. Por ahorita, sí, tienes volatilidad expandiendo en la de 2 semanas a la alza con esto, pero, ¿cómo se dice? No quieres pocos retornos, ¿no? Porque si aquí sube, digamos, a $400, que sería ya una mamada, solamente harías 10%. ¿Vale la pena el riesgo a ello? No, vale más la pena esperarte aquí a la zona de breakout, al retesteo, porque lo va a hacer, y de ahí irte a los 400 y hacer casi un 30% en vez de un 10%. Y ya. Pero para mí, siempre que preguntan para invertir, ¿no? Y le preguntan a Alex o a Farhan, ellos les van a dar niveles que tienen sentido. A mí me gusta más hacer esto. Mido de tope a fondo cuáles son las caídas más grandes, luego las caídas promedio, y luego veo en dónde ha aguantado, qué promedios, en qué tipo de caídas, y eso es lo que yo uso. es lo que a mí me gusta y lo que yo recomiendo aprendas a hacer por ti mismo, porque aprender a invertir es la cosa más fácil del mundo, siempre y cuando inviertas en cosas que no se van a ir a cero. Y ya. Habían preguntado por Nvidia, lo habíamos visto acá. ¿Se acuerdan que les había dicho Ray Dalio y que todos los modelos chinos ya iban a llevarse a la verga la inteligencia artificial y se había acabado? Uy. Bueno, tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esto, justamente como en Palantir, justamente como en todo. Y lo más sencillo para entender esto es lo que sigue. Yo me atrevería a decir que ahí, pero tengo que ir a la diaria, porque estás buscando un trade. En la diaria, si me atrevo a bajar esto a los 2.15, puedo ver que no he tocado el promedio del 9 y por eso no puedo. Por eso tengo que ponerlo aquí en los 2.19, que es la zona donde caímos, subiste. Y aquí es básicamente abrir tu long en esta zona, en los 2.19 y usar como invalidación los 2.16. Porque va a venir a hacer esto para después continuar para arriba con muchísima fuerza. Si es que te da la entrada. Y una cosa que me encanta que estoy viendo con Nvidia cada que nos metemos por acá es este tipo de gatadas. A Nvidia sí le gusta hacer esos pequeños detallitos que Bitcoin hace, ¿no? Para mandar a todo el mundo a la verga, donde hace un alto más alto y luego cae más fuerte que en el último alto. Entonces, esto se comporta muy parecido a Bitcoin. Ahorita yo esperaría a un retroceso. No tienes un corto, que nos quede claro. No existe tal cosa en este momento en Nvidia. Tiene muchísima fuerza a la alza, sobre todo viendo la tabla de 2 semanas. Simplemente espérate a que dé un retroceso acá para de ahí apostar a la alza. Alex les va a estar poniendo este long acá. Y aquí una cosa que tienen que aprender, a mi punto de vista para adelante, porque lo vimos con Nvidia, lo vimos con Palantir, ¿no? Ya estando acá abajo. Lo vimos con SanDisk. Que cuando te dicen que los modelos de inteligencia artificial chinos son mejores que los de Estados Unidos y ves en todos lados que la burbuja de la IA va a reventar, o aún mejor, voy a regresarlos a esto porque se nos olvida muy rápido esto. Esto es lo raro de cómo funciona la bolsa. Mientras más de esto hay, mejor le va, ¿ok? ¿Esto hace cuánto fue? Quiero verlo. El 8 de agosto. Estamos a 14 de agosto. Ha pasado tan poco tiempo y lo pueden ver. El mercado se va a romper rápido. Japón va a explotar. El mercado va a explotar también. Y ha empezado la caída del yen japonés. Voy a asegurarme de que lo que estén diciendo sea correcto, dicho tal cual como se los he explicado 1,000,000 de veces. JPY, USD, MXN. Y acá lo tienen. En ese video les dije qué es lo que tienen que estar viendo, la fórmula del USD JPY dividida entre el yen. Esa es la forma más saludable de ver esto para poder entender que no. Por más que esté el yen cayendo, lo que sea, esta tabla es la que te enseña la verdad. No tengo idea por qué sea el yen dividido entre el peso mexicano en dólares, pero ahí lo tienen. Y desde entonces hemos visto, ¿no? Desde que Ray Dalio también te dijo que la bolsa iba a caer y todo esto, simplemente no funciona así. Por eso es muy raro. Yo creo que es fascinante cómo funciona la realidad. Porque nos educan no solamente para que tengamos los términos y todo esto y tengamos reacciones incorrectas, pero también nos educan como sociedad para creerle a la gente que nos ponen ellos mismos enfrente. Ray Dalio y toda esta gente que fue a la escuela, que ha escrito libros, que no paran de equivocarse. Y no es su culpa, no es que sean tontos, son unos putos genios, de acuerdo a todo lo que memorizaron y cómo ponen esa información junta. Y lo más frustrante de todo esto es que la realidad es más estúpida que todo eso. Donde si simplemente te pones a ver, todos los videos dicen que Japón va a explotar, todos los videos de inteligencia artificial dicen que la burbuja está explotando y está todo abajo, compras. Es así de fácil. A la verga es así de fácil. Es... me encantaría que fuera más difícil, me encantaría que de verdad usar tu cabeza y aventarte unas chaquetas. Mientras menos me meto a investigar cosas, mejor me va. Mientras menos me meto a investigar, mejor me va. Solamente viendo esto, viendo a la gente que habla de las noticias, viendo que todos están diciéndome que va a reventar la burbuja. Recuerden, en el 2008 no hubo 1,000 millones de genios que estaban diciéndole a todo el mundo que iba a reventar la burbuja. Hubo 3 e hicieron películas de 2. Entonces no mamen, ¿no? Un poco el recuerdo para todos ustedes de cómo funciona esto. Liquidaron el fondo que compró Citadel. Sí, pero también todo eso y la noticia y todo esto, ¿no? Es parte de lo que hace un mercado bajista, a lo que te demuestra un fondo. Tienes una ocasión de algo y te hacen ver más para abajo. Entonces tienes primero la caída y luego te dicen, no, güey, es que ahora con los modelos chinos. ¿Cuántas veces han usado los modelos chinos en el fondo de las acciones de inteligencia artificial? ¿Cuántas veces? Desde que salió DeepSeek la primera vez que dijeron un modelo de miles de millones de dólares a China solamente le costó 10 millones. Me acuerdo perfectamente. Y lo siguen usando, tíos. Y lo siguen usando. No tiene ni que cambiar la narrativa porque nadie lo aprende. Es una locura. Pues ahí tienen. Nvidia, simplemente espérate a regresar a esos puntos. Vean esta tabla y se los voy a poner acá para que lo tengan. Bastante bueno, honestamente, USD JPY dividida entre USD MXN. Esa es la tabla que tengo acá. Esta tabla te va a enseñar el riesgo. La bolsa sigue subiendo siempre y cuando esto ocurra. Puede corregir poco, que fue lo que hizo acá. Nada, ¿no? Pero si ven que hay un movimiento brusco acá para abajo, ahí es donde está una caída bastante choncha. Y esto, para que eso pase, ¿qué tienes que hacer? Para que eso pase, tiene que pasar lo siguiente. Es perder este nivel. Acá, en el 8855. ¿Por qué? Porque te llevas estos mínimos y empezarías una tendencia a la baja. Tienen que entender lo siguiente también. Una vez que pierdes este nivel, pon tú que aquí pegas y vienes para acá, esto ya va a ser una caída sustancial. Lo único que te está preparando es, si ves que cae de aquí, prepárate para que todo continúe cayendo. ¿Me entienden? Esa es la idea. Pero, pues, güey, ahorita todo el mundo está fijado en una que otra cosita. Por alguna razón esta es la fórmula, tíos. Me encantaría, puta madre, entender por qué, pero veo la manipulación gigantesca que tiene el dólar contra el peso mexicano y el dólar contra el yen. Simplemente los junté y me dio esto, que tiene perfectamente alineado todo lo que estamos hablando y lo que estamos viendo en las tablas. Antes de que se fueran, Farhan y Alex dijeron que para ellos la oportunidad de corto está ahorita en 63,300 vamos a poner la de 4 horas, que me imagino es lo que están viendo. 63,300 a 63,500, que es el promedio del 21, para agregar al corto y continuar para abajo. Es lo que están ellos en este momento. Mandándoles a todos ustedes antes de irse. ¿Y qué es lo que quieren ver? Que se rompa 62,200 aquí abajo. Una vez que rompas los 62,200, ahí deberías retestear para abajo, etcétera. ¿Qué es lo que no quieres ver? Simplemente que se lleve 63,500, porque entonces abre la ventana una vez más a 64 y ahí se pone otra vez coqueto. Entonces, no te lo deja difícil. Si viene a 63, 400. Tienes una invalidación chida aquí en los 67, en los 63,576. Puedes jugar también los 63,918. Pero hasta ahorita, pues todos estos cortillos han estado funcionando. Vienes una tendencia bajista. Ha estado funcionando. Yo lo que sí creo es que ni de mamada nos vamos a mínimos ahorita. Si está siguiendo perfectamente el ciclo del 2022 o el 2018, pues, güey, no se llevó los mínimos hasta noviembre. Esta línea, ¿no? Entonces, yo simplemente lo que digo con eso es no me pondría tan agresivo en mi take profit, ¿no? En dónde me voy a llevar mi lana. Lo haría un poco más arriba de lo que todo el mundo está esperando. Ya todos llegaron tardísimo, ya estamos aquí 4 horas adentro, ya nos vamos. Para SpaceX, para la gente que se haya perdido el gran corto de SpaceX, y ahorita está haciendo un poco lo que me imaginé iba a hacer. No te lo va a dar tan instantáneamente y así de fácil, ¿no, Alejandro? Y puede, ¿no? Que definitivamente estés recuperando el promedio del 34 y vámonos. Pero en la semanal te está rechazando el 9. ¿Ok? Es la primera vez que lo tocas, estás por encima de esto. Y ahora puede que nos equivoquemos, no tengo problema con ello. Pero aquí, como les dije, puse un poco de dinero, por lo que me voy a poner un poco más avaro y llevarme el trade de SpaceX para abajo. Les había dado la primera zona de take profit, hubiera sido tu 34. Segunda sería justamente acá en los 134. No usaría esta, no usaría los 129, usaría los 134 porque aquí tienes el 9 y el 21. Si te los llevas para abajo y te llevas esta línea, literalmente tu siguiente zona de take profit, yo la pondría aquí primero, en los 118. ¿Por qué? Zona de rechazo, no te da un nuevo mínimo luego. Recuerda que esto no te quiere contar luego la historia, ¿no? Quiere hacerte pensar que encontraste un nuevo mínimo y es un mínimo más alto y la gente empieza a decir, ahora sí nos vamos para arriba, tal cual como ocurrió en todas las acciones que hemos estado analizando. Entonces eso es lo que yo estaría viendo en SpaceX. En Tesla teníamos un corto pendiente. ¿Era el 34? ¿En qué era? No entra todavía. En los 350. Puede que se haya adelantado y no nos haya dado la entrada acá porque todo el mundo está volteando a ver estos promedios, puede. Pero ya tuvo un rechazo y ahora quiere cerrar por debajo del promedio del 5. No hay posibilidad de divergencia alcista ya. Menos en la de 2 semanas. Fue el promedio del 55. Vean esta gatada. Perfectamente ilustrado. Soporte, resistencia, soporte. Fue un buen corto. Buen corto acá en Tesla. En los 350. Ahí vi que varios de ustedes sí lo agarraron. Listo. Me habían preguntado de Circle que cuál era la zona para ponerme contentamente alcista. La pre es esta. Espérame, no necesitas esto. Esta línea acá. ¿Por qué esta línea acá? Porque esta línea acá nos ha dado o movimientos putísimos a la baja o buenos pumps. Y luego aquí vas a tener por encima, es que tengo un chingo de líneas. Esto ya no me va a servir nunca. creo. Luego saco esta. Solamente no quiero que estén tan distraídos. El fondo, pues ya todo el mundo lo vio. Ok. Y esto. Esta línea acá está en los 88.50. Si revientas los 88.50, probablemente vengas hasta los 126. Como mínimo. Y ya aquí si puedes reventar los 126, empieza a verse bastante alcista esto. Lo va a hacer de una vez y... Pero también no quieren caer estas mamadas, ¿no? Por más que Bitcoin esté amenazando a todo el mundo, ahí está pinche strategy. Aguantando. Y lo mejor de todo esto es que, y aquí es donde tenemos las diferencias con el ciclo pasado, no tuvimos pumps ahorita. Y cuando tienes este tipo de acciones donde simplemente se ve que va a caer y va a caer y va a caer y va a caer, está sacando a la gente. Espero que caigan más todas estas cosas, pero pues vamos a ver si sí, si no. Strategy sigue idéntico y Coinbase sigue idéntico. O sea, nada que reportar. Aguantando los mismos niveles duros y puros. ¿No? Esta es una mega consolidación súper alcista una vez que reviente. Cuando esta madre revienta al alza va a pero explotar. Como mis pantalones. Pero ahí lo tienen. Bastante fácil. Palantir, qué excelente. Excelente. Velota, cruce plateado al alza en la semanal. Ya chingaron. Palantir si lo quieren agarrar de vuelta, si es que llega a los 144. Para un longazo. Para una longaniza. Ah, no puedo creer que se me olvidó eso. Una longaniza. Y ya, básicamente, yo creo que nos van a traer mareados por un rato y es lo que están haciendo en lo que ciertas cosas suben, etcétera. Con esto de que va a subir la inflación, no va a subir, va a subir, no va a subir, va a subir, no va a subir. Es como el plan. Simplemente me mantengo en mi misma posición, no cambio, no hay nada aquí que me diga que algo está mal. En realidad, el que todo el mundo me esté diciendo que todo está mal es donde lo veo apropiado. Pero en fin, con eso los voy a dejar, mis estimados. Disfruten su viernes, vayan a divertirse. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos, cuídense mucho y gracias por estar aquí con los tíos Salo. Les mando un abrazo, tíos. Ojalá y mi suegro no me esté viendo.